Alright everybody, we are getting freaking hammered in here. For no reason. People don't know how to drive, so we're dealing with that too. Thanks for joining everybody. We're near Little Rock. Thanks for joining everybody. Signal is trash, as you can imagine right now. Should be getting a little better getting out of that mess. Man, oh man, it's gonna get bad again here in a minute. We got some massive hailstorms possible later. So I'm near Little Rock, headed that way. Well, actually, we're well south of Little Rock, I guess. We're headed toward Texarkana. Oh shit, well we're almost, yeah, we're only like an hour away from Texas, hour and a half away, so. Got big hailstorms coming, it looks like. Yep, we are on the way to DFW, Texarkana, whatever, something down that way. Just depends where things set up, I guess. Well, I'm not going to talk to you if you talk to me like that. I don't owe you anything. You can screw right off with that attitude. Anyway, everybody else, you're welcome to stay. But so there's a moderate risk for large hail down there, mainly just drawn around the Dallas area, Dallas-Fort Worth area. Oh, here we go again. Like, it's like we got these trucks in the left lane, man. I totally get it, but it's raining and you're blocking up the road, and now we got to pass on the right, which you're not supposed to do. It's just so annoying, I tell you, man. It's been this whole way. This is a really tough interstate to drive on in the afternoons. It seems like every time I come through here in the afternoons, it's kind of a painful drive, especially when it's dumping rain like this. tell you what, just getting hosed out here. Wow, this is nuts. We got like 5 more minutes of this trash. Then we can actually probably hear ourselves talk, but I'm late. I actually didn't plan to be out today, but moderate risk, so we got to be here. You know, I stayed in Sykeston last night, like a lot of you guys know. Now, that person that I deleted, that was one of the... It's the girl on Twitter that... So yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. She don't like me because I told her she was being a hypocrite. But anyway, I stayed in Sykeston last night, which is 7 hours from Dallas. If we need to be to Dallas, we can be there by 6. So we can be in Dallas by 6, or I can be in Texarkana by 3:30. And I'm planning on probably just picking stuff off of like Mount Pleasant, Paris, Texarkana area. I don't really think we need to go all the way to the DFW region. I really don't want to, because you can't, if there's a storm that goes up right over DFW, you can't really chase it because of traffic. Like you can't. You have to basically go around Dallas. So we're doing all right. We're probably not going to be on the storm of the day, but we'll be on a storm. We're actually in a tornado watch right now, believe it or not, even. But I'm headed that way, and you know, things will be what they're going to be. Oh, I'll tell you all about the people on Twitter here in a minute. Yeah, they ain't happy today. They ain't happy. We just got to make it a regular segment of the broadcast. Just you know, at the top of the hour, we're going to do an update on what everybody's crying about today, and at the bottom of the hour, we'll talk about the weather. I don't know. The first half of the hour, we talk about the people complaining about crap on the internet, and then the bottom of the hour, we switch to weather and rinse and repeat. That's what we need to do. You're right, they are never happy. If they're happy, something's wrong. So you guys want to hear the story, or am I going to get canceled? I'll tell you. Cool. All right, I'm glad you asked. So everybody on Twitter today is complaining, not because people's driving. Apparently they drove fine yesterday. But they're complaining because we all treat women poorly. And by we, they're talking about the people that do this as a profession. I got tagged. Reed got mentioned. You know, a lot of us, apparently we treat women poorly. And how are we treating women poorly, you may ask? Because we don't talk to them at the Love's truck stop. That's what this girl is saying. I'm not kidding. Well, I have a live stream clip from years ago where I had audio on, but I don't know, they had their hood up. It was her and another girl, and they had their hood up on their car. And I was like, are you guys good? And she looks at me and she goes, guys, seriously? We're girls? And I went, all right, man, have a good one. And she thought that me, by following up by saying, all right, man, have a good one, and turning around and walking away, was me mocking them. And it definitely wasn't. I just call everybody guys, you know. And I call everybody man, honestly. I call my grandmother that, too. She's like, all right, man, right? So she's like, well, guys purposely ignore me. So I took a screen recording of that incident with the audio, and I said, this is why they don't talk to you. It's because you're mean. You are very mean. And then she took down the tweet. It's not because they're being sexist. It's because they think you're mean, okay? God dang. Like, I go over there to offer you some help, and then you're just like, oh my God, why would you talk to us like that? Like, well, sorry for trying to help. Holy smokes, man. God dang it. So that's what it's all about. So apparently I have to go seek out only women to talk to at the Loves. I'm not allowed to talk to any guys, otherwise I'm mistreating women. And so is Reed and all these other people that got tagged. Just like, what the hell? Oh my God, these people. You can't be serious right now. So that's the latest in the Twitter news. I don't have anything else. I actually haven't really been on Twitter other than that today. What did you just join into? Dude, I said that for like 9 years ago when I got on Twitter. That's exactly what I said. What did I just get into? I do meet some interesting people. I agree. Yep. Oh yeah, the helicopter. I forgot about that one. Oh, it ain't my mental health I'm concerned about. It's theirs when I tell them something that makes them cry. Ouch. We're gonna need some ice for that burn, man, I tell you. Yeah, I've passed my helicopter on the road this morning. Those of you guys might have seen it on Facebook or Twitter. Just bring back MySpace. Nobody fought, well, actually, I was going to say nobody fought when there was MySpace, but that's wrong. People fought all the time on MySpace. Is MySpace still a thing? Like, I know it's not, but like, can you go on MySpace still? Like, or is like the website for sale? Does it just redirect? No, you can't win with people. You are correct on that. That's right, and people need to remember that folks like me, we are not exclusive. We don't purposefully not include people. We just generally don't want to talk to anybody at all. We're very equal. We don't care who you are. We just don't want to talk to you. Like, it's just a blanket thing. Yeah, we need to bring back MySpace, and then people can fight over who their top friend is. Yeah, the GPS is broken. I'll fix it later. We're on 30, approaching Texarkana. Soon. Headed to DFW. Yeah, you guys remember Yahoo Messenger? Oh my god. That was a dumpster fire. And frickin' Hotmail. Anybody still have a Hotmail? Can you even log into Hotmail? Yeah, Wichita Falls has a tornado warning to the south. Go figure, right? I mean, that's like, what, 3 days in a row or something like that? Should be through the rain in a minute. At least the worst of it, thankfully. Maybe if MySpace is still a thing, maybe we should just all get on MySpace. And make that cool again. No, you haven't missed anything. Yeah, I don't know why the GPS is broken. We'll figure it out later. It's not that big of a deal. you still got the radar Omega dot down there, and you can follow along in the app. And I've got, you know, once we cross Texarkana, I'll manually go in there and type the thing at the top, the headline in at the top. So I don't know why it's not working today. Yep. I love going 52 in a 75. It is awesome in the left lane. Heck yeah. I'll live for this. I really didn't want to go down here, but I mean, it's hard to turn away from a moderate risk for anything. Really hard to turn down a moderate risk. We're probably not even going to end up in the moderate risk, guys. Honestly, we're probably going to end up somewhere by Texarkana. We might even end up in northern Louisiana. I don't really know. But don't tell anybody. But I think we've got a Fort Stockton day on day 3. I really do. There's no SPC risk, but some of the models and the composite things are starting to pick up on maybe like marginal risk level thunderstorm activity out there in Midland, Odessa, Fort Stockton, you know, the almost Mexico region, the Pecos Valley. So this might just get us closer for that. I would love to go out there without having everybody and their brother out there trying to run me off of the road. Like, it would be very peaceful. So I'm kind of keeping that to myself a little bit. I don't think it's going to be anything major, but it would be one of those days where you get, you know, just a pretty storm, and that's good enough. But I think that's a day 3, which is Thursday. They might even add a marginal risk to it, but it might be tomorrow. But I don't think it'll go above slight. But they'll probably end up with a marginal risk on it and keeping it that. If I were to guess. Not very strong signals, just a few. But I like days like that. You know, I like these days where you go out, and it's not that I don't like people. Well, I don't. I really don't like people. I like to be to myself. And there's nothing wrong with that, no matter what people you know, with the exception of like friends. But I really do like when you're out in the middle of nowhere, especially like deep in the middle of nowhere. Hold on a second. We are not getting good signal on anything today. And I think something's effed up here. What I was saying, like when you get deep down into the middle, god dang, this freaking, I'm seriously about to have an absolute mental breakdown here if this doesn't stabilize. Every time I try to talk, it's ridiculous. Just give it a minute here, guys. We don't really have much for cell signal because of the trees, and I think the Starlink's partially obstructed. But what I was saying was, I like when you get deep down in the middle of nowhere, and there's just nobody else around, and you've got a nice storm. Kind of like we were in Oklahoma when we were on that road that not a single other person was on. I like that. All right, I see blue skies, so that gives me some hope getting out of this trash. Get out of this rain so we can drive. It's been pretty slow moving. Up until Little Rock, it wasn't too bad, other than the constant trucks in the left lane. Other than that, it really wasn't awful. And you know, I mentioned earlier, but I'm not really like thrilled about today. I'm not super excited about today because number one, it's over a very busy metro area where you can't really chase. But I'm also not thinking it's that great of a setup. But there's probably going to be a massive hailstorm that hits Dallas, honestly. It seems to happen about twice a year, once in the spring, once in the fall, so they're due for it. Put the car in the garage. Or something. But it's not just that moderate risk where we need to target. I mean, we're actually in a tornado watch right now. I'm not sure why we're in a tornado watch, honestly, but we're in a tornado watch. I really don't know why we have one, but we have one. And we very well might be picking off a storm closer to like Mount Pleasant, Texas, or Texarkana. We got some time. It's going to be quiet, believe it or not, the first couple of days of May. Not like last year. This is going to be the first May 1st, the first, May 1, the first day of May in 4 years that I have not seen a tornado on May 1st because there's not going to be one. That sucks because I was going for year number 5, but it just ain't going to happen. That's all right. We'll have to start all over again next year, maybe. Holy crap, dude. Why? Here we go again. 54 miles per hour in a posted 75 in the left lane. That is seriously a problem. Like, that's impeding traffic. 100%. That is like the definition of impeding traffic. Thank you, driver. Jesus. The damn oversized load back there is moving faster than this guy. But there's a lot of talk on the internet about how May is going to be dead, severe weather is going to be dead. But listen, everybody says this every year. I've never had a May where there's not a bunch of severe storms. It just doesn't really happen. There will be plenty. I think people just like to say that because it gets people commenting on their posts and everything. Gets people all worked up. The guy's got his traction lights on. He's getting better traction up that hill. Girl, whatever. Sorry. but I'll probably stay in the area tonight. There is a marginal risk tomorrow for like Central Texas. It don't look very good. So we're probably going to ignore that. I don't know, maybe we'll make these storms. Who knows? I mean, we're going to make storms. I just don't know which ones we're going to make it to. Well, we were moving along good anyway. All right, so we're coming up to Arkadelphia right now. Probably gonna have to stop somewhere. I have not had anything to eat today, so. Yeah, this week did not go as planned, I can tell you that for sure. Kind of everything sucked. I mean, you know what? There were a few good parts, but I mean, this was one of those weeks where just everything kind of doesn't work out, and that's fine. It happens. Yeah, yesterday was a flop. See, what confuses me is there's so many people that are yelling at the SPC. Like, there's a lot of these guys, and I don't really listen to it because they're just storm chasers and they don't really know what any of this stuff means. Like, I mean, some of them do, but most of them that are commenting don't. But the problem is a lot of them have an audience and they're just brainwashing the public with misinformation. And that's not good. But a lot of these chasers and stuff,
your route may be affected by
are talking about how stupid the SPC is and how dumb they are and how they should have known that yesterday wasn't going to happen, and you know, they can do so much better than the SPC. Meanwhile, I don't see any of them getting hired there. But I made the comment. I was like, so you guys have an issue with this, but you don't have an issue with Max or Ryan every time they post a video saying that it's a big emergency, it's a big problem. And like, you don't have an issue with that, but you have an issue with the SPC issuing a perfectly justified tornado watch yesterday? Like, I think we've got our priorities wrong here, kiddos. Because the SPC, I don't think they did anything wrong yesterday. A lot of these kids are like, oh, but the lapse rates were not right. Like, I understand that, but that doesn't matter. You know, the world doesn't revolve around lapse rates. The world doesn't revolve around 700 millibar temperature. Like, there's like thousands of components to severe weather and tornadoes, and you're picking out one or two of the thousands of components and critiquing them. It's like, this, no. That tornado watch yesterday was justified. That was the most primed severe weather environment that I have seen in probably a year. And it just goes to show that sometimes you can have almost all of the ingredients and it just doesn't happen. And that's a good thing, you know. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm glad that we didn't have tornadoes that took out 10 towns at the same time. So that's what I thought was going to happen. But see, that's why it's important, I think, is like influencers out here, right? Because we're kind of that front line when it comes to people and the weather. Like, a lot of people watch storm chasing, but they don't give a crap about the weather. Well, as storm chasers, we can't be out here basically brainwashing the public and telling the public that the SPC is trash. Because if we do that, now the public starts to think there's some conspiracy, and the public thinks that, you know, all this is just a scam, and it's not. Like, I'm the first to critique the SPC. There's one and that's the truth. But overall, you know, the SPC does pretty damn good, especially Broyles. But you know, if you look as an independent person, not an employee of the SPC, if you look at yesterday and you look at the environment and you say, hey, what would you have done? I think most people would agree that what they did was within the scope of reason, because it made sense based on what we were seeing. You know, hindsight's 2020. You know, it's always easy to go back the day after and be like, oh yeah, well, we should, you know, that shouldn't have been that. Duh, look at this. And it's like, yeah, well, we didn't know that at the time. And you guys know what I'm getting at. It's just, everybody's got a right to an opinion, but it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody needs to hear it. God damn, that guy parked like an asshole. I don't know what this guy's doing. Okay, this guy's backing out. I'll just sneak in here. We got two cars over here, and they both parked, taking up two spots. So we gotta take evasive maneuver here. I have to get something to eat, or I'm gonna have some sort of a crisis. So I gotta get something to eat. So you guys just gotta stand by a minute.
Mute off.
Oh, this guy looks like a talker. Oh boy, but he can't be as big of a lunatic as that guy last night. The guy with the saying that there was a UFO. You guys remember that? We're gonna see how good the mic works in here. I don't know if it'll work all the way in here, but so if you lose the audio, it'll come back. But you're welcome. Ooh, they got Cinnabon. Okay. With chimichanga, whatever that is. Okay. Drink. Or- Oh boy. Hi.
$10.56.
All right.
Hello, welcome in.
That might be the wrong pin. I might need to put a card in.
Yeah, they decline.
All right.
Bad pin.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Thanks. Let's get out of here before Methany talks to me here. Hang on. Sorry, Methany's in there right now. Jesus. God help. God dang, it reminds me of the damn, the guy, God, damn it, you beat me to the story about the guy that worked at Area 51. Yeah, we really had the loony bin last night, because we had crackhead guy, we had the guy on meth that said that there was a UFO coming from, a UFO was call her a dude and get it over. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, well, you're officially canceled. And I'm probably canceled for laughing at that. But we had the guy, the crackhead, meth head dude with the creeper van that said there was a UFO and a rain wrap tornado in Doniphan going for Poplar Bluff. Remember, he said there was a rain wrap tornado and a UFO. That's what he was shouting in the parking lot. And then we had the guy that said his dad worked at Area 51 for like Project something, and they all know about the UFO, and the UFO is coming. And then the guy that's I walked in the gas station, and the guy told me that I should thank Barack Obama, because if it weren't for Barack Obama, there wouldn't be gas stations like this. And I was like, wow, yeah, cool, all right, yeah, good, yeah. I'm glad Obama built this gas station with his two hands, right? Yeah, totally. I'm sure he claims to. And it was just really weird. And then he goes, did I just blow a red light? No, that was green. And then he goes, he's like, George Bush flew the plane into the, George Bush bombed the Twin Towers. He flew the plane into them himself. He didn't coordinate it. He did it himself. That's what he was telling me. So, no offense to you folks in southeast Missouri, but I'm starting to wonder a little bit. Because this is kind of weird. Oh yeah, and then there was another like meth head dude that came up and was like, hey, do you guys do storm tours? And I was like, I don't, but the guy over there does. And I sent him down to Aiden. Yeah, it was a UFO and a tornado. No. I had nothing to do with that storm report. Nothing to do with it, okay? I had nothing to do with the snow or the mudslide report. I don't know why you guys think that I would do such a thing, but no, that had nothing. I had nothing to do with that. Never. All right, I gotta check. All right, come on, you piece of junk. Here comes the world's junkiest Toyota Camry. The freaking bumper's half hanging off of it. She's already been in a wreck 3 times over. Come on, lady. There you go. Bumper's hanging off of it. Watch out, because she don't care about her car. She might take us out. Seriously, when you see a car like that that's all beat up coming down the road, just get out of their way, because clearly they might run into you. All right, so I got a cheeseburger from the Pilot, and it's the bun is hard. It's harder than yep. It's pretty terrible. This is pretty terrible. Cool. Well, that was $10 down the toilet. Now the GPS is broken because too many people cried on Twitter. It crashed the GPS. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why the GPS isn't working. It's broken. I'll fix it tonight. We are in Arkadelphia. We're headed toward Texarkana.
Your route may be affected by tornado watch.
Oh my God, tornado watch. Alabama? Heck no, I'm in Arkansas. Why? What's going on in Alabama? No, I don't have anybody to play the garbage game with. Everybody went home. Now I can't play the garbage game with anybody. I ain't slowing down. Catch me if you can. In a hurry. No, the Arkansas state cops don't screw around. I think more of them should be like that. A lot of these police departments and stuff, they won't do anything. Like, I hate to be that way, but like I kind of look at it as like, what's the point of having police if the police can't run your ass over when you're committing a crime? Like, I'm not saying we need to like physically run people over, but if somebody's like running a bunch of fentanyl and something, like, I think we totally should go mow them down and just push them off of the road. Arkansas is good at that. They've had a few oopsies though, where they've taken out the wrong car, but we'll just pretend like that didn't happen. I don't know. They seem pretty nice down here because I tell you guys a story about. I've got a bunch of Arkansas State Police patches from one of the apparently he's in charge of something. He drives one of the black unmarked Chargers, or did at the time, so he seemed important. There was a tornado. It was the tornado emergency that wasn't an emergency. The Little Rock issue, but it was, we were coming from, like, Fort Smith or something, and there was this tornado emergency somewhere out by Little Rock. And this guy named Frankie was in a car behind us, and like his grandparents were about to get hit by what we thought was a big massive tornado. And I'm like, all right, well, we better get there. So we're in the left lane doing every bit of probably 95 to 100 the whole way, and we're not stopping for nobody. I mean, it's an interstate. We've all got capable vehicles. We're gonna go, and you know, people do that out here anyway. So we're doing every bit of 95, 100 miles an hour to get out there, because we think his grandma is about to get hit by a wedge or something, or an aunt or whoever the hell it was. And this was like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know, 4 years maybe, whatever the hell it was. And we just couldn't go any farther. We needed gas. And as this was happening, we found out that this was all garbage and there was no tornado. So we're like, well, okay, cool. Well, that's over. Let's just stop and get gas. So we stop and get gas. And as I get out of the car, and some guy's like, hey, and I'm like, what? And I turn around, he's like, are you Vince? And it's the freaking Arkansas State Cops. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. I'm like, yeah, why? And he drives over, and he shows me his phone, and he's got our live stream up. He's got Radar Omega, and he's been watching us. And I'm like, I said, oh, I figured you were pissed. And he's like, no, why? And I said, because we've been doing like 100 miles an hour for the past hour. And he's like, oh yeah, I know, we couldn't keep up with you. I was like, who's we? And he like points, and there's like 4 other Arkansas State Cops in marked cars that had pulled in. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ, here we go. And I was like, oh. He's like, well, sorry. He's like, oh no, that's fine. You want a patch? And I'm like, heck yeah. And he had like 3 or 4, like he had old patches and shit that he gave me. That's kind of cool. So they were really nice. I just thought that was funny. He's like, yeah, I know, we couldn't keep up with you. I'm like, yeah, you probably couldn't. They had to be right behind us the whole time, but I think they purposefully stayed back a ways because they probably knew if they would have got on our ass, we would have slowed down. But I don't know. They were all happy to see storm chasers, so. I understand why you're not a huge fan of police, but one thing I will tell you is a lot of the stuff that goes on is provoked. And a lot of the stupid crap you see on the internet and those videos, there's something that happened beforehand that provoked somebody. But I agree with you. You know, there needs to be accountability for the police, you know, just as there does for everybody else. You know, and I totally respect your opinion on that. And I can see why you get that opinion. But I will tell you that from working in the industry, basically, and from being out here and dealing with cops all the time, I would confidently say that 95% of them don't get paid enough to bother you unless you're really doing something wrong. But I totally understand where your opinion comes from on that. I really do. Hold on here, I gotta floor it so the semi can get over.
There are police reported ahead.
Well, he's getting a ticket. I'm on my way to Canada. Yeah, I'm on my way to Texas. No, I get it.
because it does go deeper than the cops. You know, it's some of these like prosecutors, district attorneys, and stuff. I totally get it. And I wish more people like you would come up and say stuff like that instead of just these people that throw a fit. Because you get so many people on the internet that just make everything into like an anti-police thing. But if more people were like you that actually explained what their concern was, maybe we could actually solve problems. But that's just the internet these days. Like, it makes things, I swear to God, like, people just don't get it on the internet. Yep. Yeah, maybe it was Super Speeders Rob or whatever that guy's name was. Yeah, you can ask Big Dog about the problems with police body cameras, though. I mean, yeah, I agree. Those are probably a good thing to have, and I think most cops want them so that they don't get in trouble, right? But the thing about police body cameras is now the police have a hard time having a private conversation, and everything that they say ends up on YouTube. Like, you can't even tell somebody to F off without it ending up on YouTube. And you guys can ask Big Dog about that. That's all I'll say. God dang, I hate that Big Dog shit. I think that's some like Chicago gangster crap, but like it really kind of caught on this week because we were making fun of a guy in the parking lot, and this guy rolls in with this piece of junk. I think he was drunk. F-150 in the hotel parking lot. And Zach just real belligerently looks over and he's like, "Hey, Big Dog, your truck's squeaking." It's like, or you're squeaking, Big Dog, or something like that. This guy's truck totally had a ball joint going out. It just sounded like crap, and I'm pretty sure he was drunk or something. Something was wrong with this guy. Holy shit. That's how he lost his voice, because he was yelling at people in the parking lot for like 3 hours. Even after I went up to go to work, Taylor, him, and Aiden were down in the parking lot making fun of people for like 3 hours, yelling at each other. No, dude, I totally bought a helicopter. Oh yeah, 3 hours, easily. That was the night that we tried to JB weld Taylor's AC condenser. That didn't work. Tried. Didn't work. And Zach was trying to JB weld Aiden's tire to the cement, or the ground, apparently. That was also the night of the terrible Mexican restaurant. I left him a 1-star review. We ordered nachos, right? And literally all they did was take some like chips and then dump a bag of shredded cheese on it and throw it in the microwave. And I understand that, yeah, that's kind of what nachos are. Like, I get it. But, I mean, this was, like, terrible. Like, I could make better nachos with my own microwave than what, like, these were terrible. And the beef that was on them, I couldn't eat it. Like, I took a bite of it, and it, honest to God, tasted like food poisoning. Like, I don't know if you guys know what food poisoning tastes like, but this is what food poisoning tasted like. And then the waitress was mean to us, too, just like that one that I told you about in Atlanta, or Cumming, Georgia. at the damn Texas Roadhouse in Cumming. But no, this one was mean. I don't know what we did to her. Like, we were super nice, and but it kind of was fitting with the quality of the food. But so what started her being pissy with us was, she was like, "What would you like to drink?" And I said, "Oh, do you have Coke or Pepsi?" And then I saw that they had Mountain Dew on the menu. They had a big logo of Mountain Dew, and I said, "Oh, never mind." I said, "I'll just do a Mountain Dew." And she's like, "We have Coke products." And then she points at the menu, and I was like, "That's Pepsi." She's like, "We have Coke products." And then she pointed at the menu again, and I'm just like, "Okay, am I an idiot? Am I just not seeing it? Like, or did I just like totally hear her wrong? Because I thought I heard her wrong." And I'm like, "All right, man, I might be the idiot here. Hold on." So I slowed it. So for a second I said, "Okay," and I was like, "So you got Coke?" She's like, "Yes." I'm like, "Okay, I'll do that." And then Aiden orders a Sierra Mist, and she's like, "We have Sprite." And we're just like, "Okay, sorry," because on the menu it definitely says Sierra Mist. Okay, whatever. But anyway, I think she got pissed. Like, I think she thought I was messing with her, but I wasn't, because I was genuinely confused, and then I thought that I heard her wrong because the menu had a bunch of Pepsi shit. I was like, okay, well, all right. And I was like, all right, maybe I'm the idiot. Okay, apparently not. Well, it was real awkward because, like, we couldn't get refills. The food sucked. It was really bad, and then we didn't know what to tip her because it was, honest to God, dog-ass terrible. Like, this was seriously, like, it was not edible. Like, it really wasn't. I don't think any of us actually really ate the food. It was that bad. So we didn't really know what to tip her, because it's not necessarily her fault that the food is trash. That's the cook's fault. But she was also kind of an asshole to us and wouldn't refill my drink. Like, at all. Like, I don't know. Like, it was weird. So we gave her the appropriate tip. I'll let Aiden tell you the tip amount, but Jesus. But I left him a 1-star review on Google, and then we went to the Golden Corral 2 days ago. Golden Corral is usually a safe bet, but it was horrible, absolutely terrible. I don't know why. It was just a bad one, I guess. And the lady didn't give Aiden any silverware, so he has to go over and steal silverware from another table. Just like, well, that's nice. Like, okay. And yeah, it was really bad. And like, the food wasn't labeled right, so you didn't really know what anything was, and it was kind of a mystery. And it wasn't. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Oh yeah, and then we went to Texas Roadhouse with Daniel and Charles, and I think I freaked out the waitress. Like, she didn't do anything wrong, but she's like, "Oh, how are you guys doing?" And we're all just like, "Oh, fuck today, this sucks." And she's like, "Oh, sorry." And I was just like, no, it's nothing you did. I said, "Trust me, and this place can't be any worse than the garbage Mexican that we had last night." And I don't think she knew what to say. I don't think she understood the humor, but she warmed up after she brought the drinks back and realized that we didn't hate her. So she was all right, but I think we scared her at first. I think she was a little scared. I think we made her nervous, but yeah. Nope. The Texas Roadhouse girl, she didn't even mention anything about it. She was super nice. Like, I gave her a tip. She was nice. You know what I appreciated about her? She left us alone. Every 2 seconds, it wasn't, "Do you need something?" And don't get me wrong, I know that's kind of their job, and I guess I appreciate it, right? But I'm the kind of person that I hate that. Like, I just want to eat and leave. And I have a serious appreciation for wait staff that just leaves me alone. Like, I'm not gonna, dock them points if they come over and ask me if my food's okay, because, they're just doing their job. But when they totally leave me alone, like, it's just like, "Oh, this is fantastic, thank you." was. But like, she just totally left us alone, and that was so nice. So then we went to the other night. Yeah, we went to Waffle House in Yukon. Me and Taylor did. And I walked in there with my Alani, right? Because I'm taking my own drink into the Waffle House. We looked like a couple of crackheads going in there. But that waitress was nice. She was quiet. She left us alone. It's just been an interesting week, especially in the food department at these restaurants. Yep, me too. So, the places that leave an extra drink. I didn't the other night, because I had my Alani. I carried my own drink in because I'm that guy. But typically, like when I go to a Waffle House, because they never argue it, I always just ask them for a pitcher. I'm like, hey, can I just get a pitcher of Coke? And they've never told me no. But a couple of them look at me like, are you serious? And I always just tell them, like, otherwise you're going to have to come over here and refill it like every 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, this is way easier. Like, trust me, it's way less work for you. Just bring me a pitcher of whatever the hell I'm drinking, and I'll just refill it myself. Don't even worry about it. Waffle House always does that. Applebee's will not do that. I've asked, and they say that they won't do it. Like, well, that's dumb. It's less work for you. Waffle House just don't care. They just say, come in, eat your food, and get the hell out. And I appreciate that. You want me to bring an autistic friend with me to the restaurants? Why? What? I remember when the Pizza Huts did that. Yeah, Jeff, you would have been there for the Texas Roadhouse if the storms had actually happened in the Target area. Actually, it probably would have been the Applebee's in Salina at that point, but you didn't miss anything, I can tell you that for sure. You have a few reasons. Well, I need to know these reasons. Very, very important, critical information here. Patrick, when are you going to come out here and ride along with us for a week? Like, we need to find the biggest smart asses in the chat and get them in the car. Like, we could get Patrick out here. I would take Patrick around. I would take Paxton too. We haven't seen Paxton, but he'll pop in the next time there's severe thunderstorms in Midland. We gotta take Paul, too. Yeah, what a time to be alive. Let's try to ban Tylenol and have $20 per gallon gas. Heck yeah. Yeah, we could take Bob. I would take Kevin. You guys remember when Don and I were driving around and we found the ASCAG license plate? To be fair, Don found that one, not me. See, sometimes when you got people with, it can be more entertaining. You You guys remember that? The license plate said ASCAG, but it was actually A5S 6AG. But it looked like ASCAG. It's on Discord. Somewhere. I got your email too, by the way. I'll respond to it. I got it I saw it while I was getting gas. Yeah, what a dumpster of a severe weather event that was. And it's not just you that got shafted. Like, we had other people that were going to go up there, and I was just like, all right, you know what? Nope, don't do this. You're wasting your time. Holy smokes. I wonder if we'll get redevelopment here now that the storms are kind of rolling through. No, seriously though, somebody asked about storm tours. If you guys want to take a storm tour, your most value is probably going to be Brandon Ivy, his group. He only runs one van. A little bit smaller groups. It's just stormchasingtours.com or whatever. It's just whatever. It's very generic. But every time there's a tornado and I'm there, he's there, and he will drive those people like into the tornado. He won't kill anybody. Like, he's great. He's fantastic. Like, but like if you want to actually like get into something, he does a really, really good job and really takes care of the people that go with him. Like, make sure that you're staying at a nice hotel, that kind of thing. Like, make sure that it's enjoyable. Like, he really does a good job. I really do like him. He's a good guy. I saw him yesterday, but somebody asked and I forgot about it. But no, in all seriousness, I don't know what he charges. But it is expensive, but you got to remember they're paying for the hotels too, right? Like, you're just paying for your food and toilet paper or whatever you got to get at the gas station. You know what I'm saying? So you might pay a couple of grand for a 10-day storm chasing tour, but you're also not spending $1,500 on hotels if you were doing it yourself. And they're really good. But Roger Hill does a good job too. Him and his wife. They take bigger groups, so they take like 3 or 4 vans. And there's nothing wrong with their group at all. I really like Roger. Him and his wife are super nice. Super nice. But I think they're a little pricier, but not a lot. I mean, honestly, I guess I wouldn't really say one is better than the other. Those are the two that I would go with. I'd stay away from extreme tornado tours. That was originally Reed Timmer's business, and then that guy, I forgot his name, kind of shafted him and kind of screwed it, and kind of screwed him out of that. I don't want to say stole it from him, but kind of stole it from him. But they do kind of they're a little bit ragged. I think they try to maximize profit and minimize your experience. Let's put it that way. But Roger's always done a good job, and so is Brandon Ivy. But the thing with Brandon is, though, I mean, he'll drive you into the tornado, safely. But, either one of them, you're going to have a good time. Some of these fly-by-night tour companies out here, like, they're using rental vans, and they're just, you don't want to do it. Like, you need to go with somebody who's reputable and knows what they're doing and is experienced with this. Not just a bunch of random people that went and rented a van from Enterprise for a month. There's a kid on Facebook that's charging $3,500 for one, I say that again, one day. And I see we had bad signal there. Let me just say that again. There's a kid on Facebook with a storm chasing page charging $3,500 for 1 day. 1 day. Well, you can go give Roger Hill or Brandon Ivy. I think it's usually between 35 and 42. Probably no more than $4,200, and you get 10 days. And you actually get to go with people that are gonna make it an enjoyable time, not just a down and back. Like, you're actually gonna enjoy it. So just be smart. You know, if you're gonna go drop the money, go get it with a reputable company that does this, because there's a lot of them that are not reputable. Oh yeah, Jeff, you saw him. Yep, you know exactly who I'm talking about. I trolled him. I got a burner phone number on Google Voice, and I was like, hey, I'm interested. How much is it? And he said $3,500. It needs to be sent on Zelle. And I'm just like, oh my God. That's a huge liability too, because if you're in a car accident, that person's going to be suing your car insurance, and your car insurance is going to say, nope, that's commercial, screw you. Holy crap, man. That's just, I don't know. And apparently somebody was dumb enough to pay it. I shouldn't say dumb enough, ignorant enough to pay it. They didn't know any better, but I don't know. There's some good chasing tour groups out here. I'm sure there's other ones that I don't know about. There's another, well, there used to be Cloud9 Tours, but I think they closed up shop. I think they retired. They used to be a good one. A lot of respect for them, because I don't know if you guys remember that Kroll tornado back in 2022 where it rolled the tour van over. Or it didn't roll it over, but it like almost did. It was a mess. In whatever, right outside of Kroll, Lockett, I think it was, where me and Daniel went to that. That was the Cloud9 group, and there were some minor injuries from it, but the fact that the owners like took care of the guests and made sure they were all right and everything, like, that spoke a lot, I think. I think that really shows that that was a really good, responsible tour company, because they put the guests first. I don't know, it's too bad that they went out of business, but the owner wanted to retire, I guess, from it, which, I mean, I get it. I'm sure it's a lot of work to try to coordinate everybody's potty breaks. Yeah, that was the day I lost the back window from the tumbleweed. You're right. I think Warren Fadley is still doing storm tours out here. He does kind of more of like just a 1 or 2 guy tour. He just uses his truck, which is fine. But he does it the right way. Like, he's got insurance and everything. But he's like the original storm chaser, honestly. He's cool. I actually, you know, if you want to do an experience with just maybe like 1 or 2 people instead of a group, that's probably who you would go to, is Warren's group. Because it's just him and you and then maybe one other person, but he's kind of the black sheep of the community. Like, he pissed a lot of people off, but I think he had a reason to piss them off. Like, he kind of earned his place, and people didn't really respect it. And I guess he just kind of said, go F yourselves, and I'm kind of all for that, so. But he is a very well-known photographer and storm chaser, and a super nice guy. He's an EMT, stops and helps. He kind of led the coordination effort to shoot down that stupid Oklahoma storm chasing bill. But he's a good guy. I like him. You would have a good time with him too. He's probably a little bit less expensive because he's just running like one-man tours, but you want to go to Australia and do a Daniel Shaw storm chasing tour. We should talk him into that. Just rent a van and then just stuff a bunch of people in it. Nobody would care about the storms. They would just want to go and listen to him, like, talk about stuff. Yeah, I'm going to Dallas. But I know that there was another group called Tempest Storm Chasing Tours, but I don't know if they're still around, and I don't know anything about them. I don't know if they're still around. I haven't seen the vans out for a long time. But they might just be running vans without decals on them now too. I have no idea. Yeah, a Daniel Shaw talking tour. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he would love that. I'm surprised he doesn't have a podcast. I mean, that's why I talk to Daniel on the radio. It's for the commentary. Daniel almost made me a viral TikTok video once. It happened in a dead zone, though. It really sucked. It was in eastern New Mexico. And if it wouldn't have been a dead zone and the stream would have caught it, it would have been great. It was one of the Clovis days, like 3 years ago. And there was a giant, like, rain-wrapped tornado, and everybody was driving into it. We were trying to get out of it, and there was a bunch of people in the way. And we decided to just go around them, and Daniel on the radio is like, "Today is the day we are not going to die." And I'm like, okay, copy that. And like right as he unkeyed the mic, this giant like grapefruit-sized hailstone like goes through my windshield. I'm like, well, so much for that. I guess we're gonna die today. That would have been a viral video if that would have got caught. There's a good group of people out here though. Like I think even like Michael Binsky, I think he's been doing like little miniature storm chasing tours and stuff with people too. I don't know, but I've seen a lot of these guys that have done this for 20 or 30 years. They're starting to offer like personal tours or something. And you're safe with one of those people because they know what they're doing. It's just, I don't know who's doing what these days. I mean, it's a really good way for people to make a little bit of money because there are people that genuinely want to do this and take photos of tornadoes and stuff. They just don't know what the hell, what they're doing. You know, there's a lot of photographers and people out there that have a genuine interest to go do this, but they don't know how to do it. Well, if you can offer them, you know, for $3,000, you know, for a week of it or something, a lot of them will pay it. It's worth it to them. You know, they want to do it. You know, I don't see anything wrong with it as long as it's, you know, somebody who knows what they're doing. Isn't a lunatic. I mean, I know a Drew from Alabama, but no, I think I only know one Drew. Actually, that's not true. I had a boss, and his name was Andrew, and he was a dick. Story time. So back in 2020, when I quit the ambulance job, freaking Gretchen, she's about as terrible as she sounded too. And anyway, that December, I had started live streaming, but a friend of mine who I worked at a different bus company with was like, "Hey, I need help." Like, he was the mechanic for this smaller school bus company. He's like, "I need help. I need, like, can you come work here?" And I was like, "No, I chase storms now." And he's like, "Well, can you just like come show up in like part-time, like when you can?" I was like, "You know what? Sure, why not?" Because it was during the winter, and at that time, I didn't really do winter storms because I was just getting started with streaming. I didn't see the value in it. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So I did. So then I got hired, and I worked part-time, and I was supposed to be, like, my friend was supposed to be the guy that, like, I reported to, and we were going to just, like, it literally was just I was going to show up when I wanted to show up and was needed. Well, this guy name was Andrew. He was like the terminal manager or something. This guy thought that he was a genius and just thought he was like, you know, he was one of those tactical people, right? Ooh. And yeah, he just had to micromanage everything. And he's like, man, you got to get on a regular routine work schedule. And I was just sitting there at my desk, and I was leaning back in my chair eating my McDonald's, and I said, you know what, Drew? That ain't gonna work. And I like grabbed my stuff, and I like acted like I was leaving. I said, it just ain't gonna work. And he was like, no, we'll work it out, And I'm like, okay, all right. Because I didn't need the job. I was just like, oh, sure, yeah, I'll take some more money. Why not, right? And, well, it was there was some tornado in December later on. Maybe it was January. I don't know. But I had left that week to go storm chasing. And my friend was like, I don't give a shit. You were hired to show up when you have time. So you don't have time, you don't show up. Okay. And I didn't need the gist, so I didn't care. Like, I literally didn't care. Like, I was basically just kind of like, fire me. Like, what are you going to do? Like, I didn't need it at all. I was just kind of doing it because, number one, I had time on my hands, and number two, I was like, sure, I'll take some more money. Why not, right? It was more of like a hobby than anything, and I kind of like turning wrenches sometimes. But, so I'm gone, and I remember I'm sitting in a hotel in Batesville, Mississippi, and Drew, yeah, what's up? And he's like, I need you to report to my office tomorrow morning. And I was like, okay, man, why? What's up? He's like, we'll talk about it in the morning. And I was like, well, that's a big old problem there, Drew, because I am in Batesville, Mississippi. And he's like, well, you better start driving. And I was like, negative, sir. I'm going to sit my ass right here. And it just got real quiet. And he's just like, you didn't tell us you were leaving. And I was like, oh, no, I definitely did. I just didn't tell you I was leaving. And basically, I was just like, okay, man, well, if you're planning on firing me tomorrow morning in your office when I'm supposed to be there, you might as well just fire me because I'm not showing up. And he's like, well, we need to have a conference tomorrow. And I'm just like, okay, man, sounds good. I'll be there. And I hung up the phone, and I never showed up again, and I never heard from him ever again. I just like, whatever. Like, and you know what? I know that sounds terrible, but like, that's not what I was hired for. I was literally hired, and it was on my job offer letter that I was like an ad hoc, as needed, very, very part-time person that would come in when the lead mechanic needed help. That was it. And this guy just micromanaged it to oblivion. And I was like, okay, man, challenge accepted. I don't need this job. I don't even want this job. See ya. You know? That's the only other Drew that I know. He was an ass. He just took his job way too seriously. It's tactical. Yeah. So that's another story that you've all heard now. We're on our way. We're almost through Texarkana, folks. So what other stories are we talking about today? You know what? I don't even think I was eligible for unemployment benefits because I don't even think that, like, I mean, I was so part-time, I don't even think that was a thing. Maybe I was. I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. I actually should have got unemployment from that ambulance company because they bounced my paychecks. They bounced so many of my paychecks, and that's why I didn't care that I quit. The dumbest job that I ever had was I supervised a bunch of people that made cheese. So there was a point in my life where I had 3 jobs. I had a full-time job and then 2 part-time jobs at the same time, and it was sucked, but the money was great. So I had like a 6-hour-a-day job that I just got for money and cash because I was like 20 years old, and I'm like, why not, right? It was at a cheese factory, and my job was to literally watch people put cheese in boxes. It's some FDA thing where the FDA requires them to have one person who's not distracted, like watching people pack the cheese, to like ensure that there's no foreign objects or something in the cheese. And this person's not allowed to do anything but observe people pack the cheese in the box. That's it. So that's what I did. I was the cheese monitor. I literally just sat there and stood in the corner and watched people put cheese in boxes for $26.50 an hour for 6 hours a day. I quit the job after 4 weeks. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take it because it was like a sterile environment, and they made you like, they would come around with like a black light or a UV light, and they would like put this dye on your hands to make sure you were washing your hands correctly. And after the second time of them doing that, I was like, this is stupid. Like, I'm just going to go work overtime on the ambulance. See you later. And that's what I told HR. Like, I went to HR. I was like, hey, I'm just giving you a courtesy that I'm quitting because this is stupid. I'm not a 3-year-old. And she's like, well, we need to do an exit interview. And I was like, no, we really don't. It's like, no offense. I'm like, I know you're just doing your job, but I'm out of here. Like, are you going to mail my check, deposit my check? What are you going to do? She's like, we have to do an exit interview. We have to do an exit interview. And I was like, no, we really don't. Like, see you later. I just kind of walked out. But I'll never forget, I had to get out of that. But that was when I cared, because I cared about that job for a whole 5 minutes. It was like the second day of working there, and I needed to get out of it because we had like a moderate risk for tornadoes. So my friend Tony called the place, and he was like, hey, it's an emergency. I got to talk to Vince. And they came out and they got me, and they're like, it's an emergency. And I'm like, who is it? And they're like, it's Tony. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not good. And I pick up the phone, and Tony's like, hey, somebody broke into your apartment. There's a bunch of shit that's gone. I'm on my way over there. It's an emergency. We need you to get over there. You know, the cops are on the way. I'm like, okay, all right, sounds good, Tony. And I hang up the phone, and I said, somebody just broke into my apartment. Shit's everywhere. I got to go. The cops are on the way. And they're like, oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, be safe. And so then I go out in the parking lot, and I jump on my cell phone. And I'm like, hey, it worked. I'm on my way. And then nothing happened that day. But that was how I got out of that without getting, like, dinged for not showing up to work. I showed up 10 minutes into my shift of watching people put cheese in boxes. We staged a break-in at my apartment and got out of work. It was fantastic. Yeah, exit interview. Like, is the exit interview going to be paid? No. Okay, well, then it's false imprisonment. Like, I don't know, with extra steps. An exit interview. Hey, we're going to fire you. We're going to shit can you, but we need 20 minutes of your time first. Like, no. Well, they weren't canning me. I canned myself, but that job was terrible. And when I quit, I told her, I was like, look, this job ain't for me. I said, this is horrible. The money's good. I appreciate it, but I can't do this. I can't stand on my feet for 6 hours straight in a corner looking at people put items in a box. Like, that's all I did. I'm like, what? This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Like, I'll go, if I need another part-time job, I'll just go work at Walmart where I can at least move around. You know, the hell with that. What other stories are we telling? Where am I? I'm almost to Texarkana. The GPS is broken. I don't know why. I'll fix it tonight, though. Oh, you guys want me to tell you the story about the Linda van? All right, so we had Linda and Lisa. We had two vans at the bus company. It was Badger Bus for any of you guys up in Madison, right? Yeah, that's what I said. And we had Linda and we had Lisa. Lisa was my friend's van. Linda was my van. And it was a green 2003 Town & Country. And she was a piece of junk. Rusted out, piece of crap. It was a piece of crap. But man, I love that van because I didn't have a care in the world. It wasn't my van. I drove that thing all over the place as a work van because, heck, it wasn't my van. It wasn't my gas. and it wasn't my miles. I didn't care. Like, this thing's awesome. I love it. And the seats were comfy. Well, I was younger. The statute of limitations has expired. I will admit it. I was absolutely texting and driving, and I ran over a road sign with the Linda van. And I thought I tore that thing up. But I just kept driving. Like, I realized it was a back road. It didn't matter. I ran over this road sign, and it was like one of those like plastic ones that like springs back up. So it wasn't a big deal, but I thought I tore it up. So that, and that's really the end of the story. That was about it. I just ran over a road sign in it. I mean, nothing else really happened. It didn't really do anything. But the Linda van, I did a lot of things I wasn't supposed to with that. Like, we actually took that one night. It was for the ambulance job, but we had the like driver training, and I showed up in my work van for the yearly driver training. And we did it at the airport. They shut the municipal airport down for like 2 hours, and did driver training on the runways. Well, I came in the Linda van, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna just like try to do a quarter mile in my van real quick. So we spent a solid 20 minutes seeing how fast we could possibly get the Linda van to go on the runway at the local airport. That was nowhere near my job, and we got the thing up to about 115. Because I started all the way back in the parking lot and floored it, and I got the thing. I'm not kidding you. I got a 2003 Town and Country up to like 115. Granted, it was a little bit downhill. And then I overshot and was like on the brakes, and I ended up in the grass, and we thought we were going to get in trouble, but we didn't. But yeah, that was the night that I like drag raced the Linda van. But yeah, she was a beauty. I missed that van. I don't know whatever happened. We did a lot of things we weren't supposed to with the Linda van. Including moving around with the forklift. I locked my keys in the Linda van once, and we had a giant forklift, and it was in the way, so I just picked it up with the forklift and moved it. You know, why not? Yeah, there was like, it had to be, there's like I don't know, 7,000 foot runway at this municipal airport. It's like way too long. Like, it shouldn't even be that long. But if you go all the way back, well, I mean, it's like 7,000 feet with the thresholds and everything, right? But whatever. But if you go all the way back in the parking lot, you've got an additional like half a mile. So you can just mash that SOB, and you could take that whole thing. And that's what like us did when we were all done, was we just tried to see how fast we could get the Linda van to go. It was great. The guy in the van last night was a creep, yeah, for sure. The UFO guy. I didn't have that kind of van though. No, well, our boss got fired because he was starting a business as like he like made custom guns or something, and he was running it. He was basically doing the business and like building the shit at work. And human resources, her name was Pam. Pam found out, so they fired him. That really sucked because I liked him. Scott Peak just wrecked his car. Well, where's he at? Okay, question. Where's he at and why? Because I swear to God, I passed him a little ways back. Is he like upside down and need help or what? I swear to God I passed him, but maybe not. I don't know what he was making, but apparently something that he wasn't supposed to at work. Exactly, Mike.
All right, we are coming into Texarkana. Probably head toward Greenville, Texas.
Your route may be affected by...
Yeah, we're actually in a tornado watch right now, believe it or not. Alright, we gotta navigate through Texarkana. Once we're through, it's just a straight shot. Yep, tornado risk is gonna start maybe increasing. I don't know. I feel like we've been saying that the past 4 weeks, but they've got this big ass tornado watch out for like this whole area, and I'm not entirely sure why some of these places have it. But I can't make that stuff that's northwest of Fort Worth. I'm kind of banking on something filling in by like Paris maybe. So I'm just gonna go to like Greenville or whatever it is. Something like that, and we'll adjust from there, because I'm staying out of the DFW like metropolitan area, obviously, as I'm sure everybody else is. But yeah, I think we're gonna get on something. I was wondering at first, I just don't know what it's gonna be. So I'm going through Hazen, dude. I have no idea where that even is. I mean, I don't even know where Canada is, let alone wherever Hazen is. So. Yeah, today's a bit of an early start. I'm going west. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I am. I had to double check there for a minute. Yeah, big hail possible today. Hold on, watch out for the Honda Accord here. Oh, you're not. I can't tell you if a tornado hit Independence, Kansas, but I can tell you that I don't know where that is. And then you can tell her, like, I know she was scared or freaking out, but come on, Signal. I know that girl was freaking out, but the fact that she told Taylor to get out of her state makes no sense because it's not her state. We were in Oklahoma. Those of you that don't know, this lady came up to me at the gas pump and was like, hey, is there a tornado in Independence, Kansas or something? And I was like, I don't know where that's at. And she's like, oh, it's just north of, and then she rattled off another town. And I was like, I'm sorry, I have no idea where that is. I am not from here, and I don't want to tell you wrong. And she's like, well, you're not worth anything. And she like made a couple crappy comments and walks away. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry. Good thing I don't work for you, lady. And then Taylor pulls in and she goes and asks him. And he's like, I am not sure. He's like, we came from whatever the heck the town over. He's like, we came from over there. There's a tornado warning here. That's why we're here. And she said something. She was like, well, you need to get out of Oklahoma then. Like, okay. Nasty lady. Like, I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to be like that. Like, she wasn't, like, she was mad that we didn't know where this town was. I had no idea where it was. I'd never even heard of Independence, Kansas before. That's why I told her, I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea where that is. Well, it's north of such and such. And I'm like, I don't even know where that is. And then she tells Taylor to get out of Oklahoma. I'm like, well, you're not the mayor of Oklahoma, lady. Holy crap. She was, not super nice. Like, and I get she's all freaked out about the weather, but I don't know why she had to be like that. I get that a lot though, where people just come like running up to me and they're like, what about here? What about there? And I'm just like, I don't know. I really don't know. Especially when I'm busy. Like, I don't know. Watch for a warning over the next few hours. That's just my generic answer because I just can't. Sometimes I just don't have the time to do personal forecasts for everybody. I'm just like, all right, yeah, there's tornadoes in the area, you know, just pay attention. Like, that's all I really got right now. You know, I know people want information, but sometimes I just don't have the ability to do that as much as I wish I did. Oh, of course she was nice to you. Yeah. Get stuffed. That Zach sat out both moderate risks. Man, somebody needs to learn how to forecast. You missed a lot, dude. So last night, I didn't tell you about this. Last night, we had UFOs, tornadoes, and meth heads. And a guy touching himself in the back of a van. I'm not kidding. So we pull in
to the Loves in Sikeston, Missouri, and there's a guy like fiddling around with his pants, if you know what I mean, in the back of a van, and he's screaming. He's just like, "Oh, tornado!" Rah! Just like, and I'm like, "Oh God!" And I was like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna go instigate. Watch this." So I went over to Aiden and I was like, "Hey man, that guy in that van, he's actually not nuts. He's in your chat and he wants a patch." And Aiden's like, "Oh really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's in your chat and he wants a patch." That's what the other guys told me, that he was, they thought he was looking for me, but he's looking for you. So Aiden goes and drives over there, and I'm just like, oh, this is going to be good. Well, Aiden came to his senses and thought, okay, something must be up. And he didn't believe me. But I walk over to Aiden to try to coax him into going up and giving this guy a patch. And this guy's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey, what's up, man?" And he's like, "There's a rain-wrapped tornado." And I'm like, "A rain-wrapped tornado?" And he's like, "Yeah, rain-wrapped tornado. It's in Doniphan and it's heading for Poplar Bluff." I'm like, "Okay, man, I'll send someone over to check it out." And then he repeated himself and he's like, "Rain-wrapped tornado and UFOs." And I'm just like, "Oh, you're nuts. You are a lunatic. Got it." I'm like, "Cool, man." So I just keep walking, and I walk back over, and that's when we took off to go find the tornado and the UFO. We didn't find either. But then when we got to Poplar Bluff, we're sitting in the parking lot, and this guy comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey, where's the storm?" And I'm like, "You got about an hour, man. It'll be here in about an hour." And he's like, "Okay, I try to keep up on things because my dad worked at Area 51 on the Manhattan Project," or whatever stupid project he said. And I'm just like, "Okay, all right, man. Sure he did." And then somebody else came up and said something about UFOs. Just like, oh my God. And then I go into, it gets better. It gets better, okay? Hold on, stabilize signal. Come on. Come on. There we go. It gets better. I go into the gas station. And I go to put my card in the credit card machine to pay. And this guy, like, puts his hand there to, like, stop me. And he was like, "Hold on a second." And I'm just like, "What?" And he's like, "Let me tell you something. If it weren't for Barack Obama, there wouldn't be gas stations like this. You better thank Barack Obama." And I was like, "Oh, really? Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah, you know, Barack Obama totally had everything to do with gas stations being built, right?" And then he proceeds to say, "You know what else?" And I'm like, "What?" "George Bush bombed the Twin Towers himself. He did it himself." And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard about that." And he goes, "No, he did it in the plane." And I'm just like, "Oh, you don't say. Got it." And then he goes, "And you know what else? Obama back in the 1990s when he was president," and that's when I just checked out. So Obama was president in the 1990s, by the way. Not the other Bush. Just saying. And so that was the other lunatic. So we totally were in the loony bin last night. It was horrible. Everybody that we ran into was nuts. They were all lunatics. I don't know what was going on, but it was just like the freaking loony bin. Horrible. You got to be kind of careful around people like that, though, too, because they are a little bit unstable. If they're going to sit there and tell a random stranger in public about how George Bush hijacked an airplane and flew it into the Twin Towers himself, and then tell you about the UFO, and then tell you about how Barack Obama built the gas station, that's a little bit weird. Yes, that's right.
And Zach doesn't know this either. But the guy that said that his dad worked at Area 51 or whatever, he goes, do you guys do storm tours or like ride-alongs? Hang on, this signal is terrible. What is going on with this thing? Okay, so the guy was like, the guy that said he worked at Area 51 was like, you guys give storm tours or do ride-alongs? I was like, I don't, but that guy over there on the end with the Buick, he does. You can talk to him, and he does that. And I don't know if he went over there to talk to him or not, but I totally pawned him off on Aiden. I threw him under the rug on that. That was hilarious. I just, oh my God, what a crock. Oh yeah, the dogs. You know, you can rewind the stream there, dude. Trust me. I promise you, we have the technology. Like 8 dogs. And I'm like, yeah, right, buddy. There's probably like 2 cats. And then I open up his live stream and there's like 8 dogs like running around his car in the middle of the road. I'm like, where the hell these dogs come from? Oh no. No, the guy that said that there was a UFO coming for Poplar Bluff was absolutely a lunatic and on meth. And didn't have any pants on in the back of a van at Love's. The guy was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Good theory, but no, he was legit nuts. The scary thing is he probably drove there. That's terrifying. But I totally instigated that. I was trying to get Aiden to go give him a patch. I mean, I wouldn't have let him, like, kidnap him. Like, I would have totally stepped in if that would have happened, but I was trying to get him to go over there because, like, I don't think he knew that this guy was, like, screaming and stuff because he went to one of the other gas pumps, and I didn't think that he realized that this guy was, like, a Looney Tune. And I was like, hey, I think I can get this to work. And then I think he must have heard him making all of his noises over there and put 2 and 2 together that he was being messed with. Or meth with, I guess you would say. Because it's meth with, you know. It's funny, it's a joke. There's Looney Tunes everywhere you go, folks. I'm telling you, these guys are just, some of these people, if it's not chemtrails, it's aliens. God, I couldn't believe that. And UFOs. Oh, all right, man, I'm going to go get the UFO. Don't worry about it. I'll let them know. I will let somebody know that there is a UFO. All right, guys, we are getting close to these storms, believe it or not. You can keep tracking on Radar Omega there where the location actually works because mine's broken on stream. Sorry. Maybe go up toward that Durant storm. What do you guys think? Should we go to those 2 tornado warnings that are just north of the Red River in Oklahoma?
Or do you think we should go to the tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warnings that are west of Fort Worth? I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter. What do you guys think? 'Cause we'll have to decide in the next like minute or two because we do have a road. I can't do a poll because you have to start it on a computer. You can't start it on a tablet, which is dumb. I think that's really a shame. Maybe we should just go to Fort Worth. I mean, honest, or go to the moderate risk. I mean, maybe. Oh, it just sucks because that stuff's coming into an urban... Oh, we might want to stay out of there, though, because it's Dallas. Shoot. We don't really have the best storm chasing terrain, because if we go up into Oklahoma, you're fighting the terrain up there. If you go to Dallas, you're fighting Dallas. So, neither one is really a good option. Just don't know if I want to go get sucked farther north. Could go up toward like Boneham or whatever that town is, like Boneham or something, Durant. Wow, that's I'm leaning toward Oklahoma too. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, we got 3 miles, and then we've got that highway that goes that way. We'll take that because we've got time. If we want to come back down and catch these storms as they come through Dallas Fort Worth, we can. We have plenty of time. But those ones up there in Milwaukee, what the fuck, Oklahoma, I think might be the cleanest play. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, that might be the cleanest option. Like, without running into other cars on the road and stuff. That might just be the best thing to do. Because we can always drop south. There is nothing in the middle, that's the thing. But there might be a little bit later. That stuff coming out of Ardmore and Durand, that might make it down into, like, Sherman. Yeah, we'll go toward, like, Paris and everything for now. I'm not really expecting a tornado today. I'm just kind of more expecting a nice storm. It's almost 4 o'clock already. We've already beat our time. Like, we're well through Texarkana.
In 2 miles, take exit 198 for Texas 98.
Haven't chased in this area for quite a while. This really reminds me of, like, the old days, which really weren't old. They were just 6 years ago. Which, first of all, it's crazy that we talk about, like, 2020 being 6 years ago. Holy crap.
Wow. That's messed up, isn't it? Jesus. But no, seriously, like, I remember so many times because of work or just not having enough money to have, you know, to do the hotel thing. When I first got started doing this,
In half a mile, take exit 198 for Texas 98.
a lot of the events that I would have to go and not get a hotel for were like Dixie Alley events. So hotels were always a little more expensive down there. So I tried to make it one hotel night instead of two. So what I would do is I would leave super early in the morning. Like if the target was like somewhere around here, which it was a lot of times in 2020 and 2019, had a really busy year down in this part of Texas. If this was the target and it was like a 16-hour drive, 14-hour drive,
Turn right.
I would leave at like 2 o'clock in the morning and then make it down here by 4 or 5 and show up just in time, like not a moment to spare. And that's kind of what this reminds me of. Like, this is how I used to roll into everything, like late and missing half of the event. But I never was a big fan of that, but it cut out needing to get 2 hotels because it sucked. It really sucked. But you didn't, you know, you would just get a hotel for the night on the way home instead of on the way down. And it's kind of a weird experience, like waking up in Wisconsin at 2 o'clock in the morning, leaving, and then chasing a storm in frickin' Dallas at 6 o'clock in the evening. But I had to do that a lot. It really cut down on expenses, but it really ruins your life. It sucks. It just sucks. Did that a lot. But if I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't be here. So
At the light, turn left onto US 82 West.
get her in there, Grandma. Fuck. I'm in the intersection. Don't at me. There's a car behind me that went too. So don't even start. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. We're stopping again. God bless America. This is freaking RV or whatever this thing is up here. So these people don't know that when it starts turning yellow, you gotta go. Doesn't mean stop, it means floor it. Because there's always 5 cars behind you trying to get through. For those of you wondering, there's a white Jeep Grand Cherokee behind me that went through it also. And it was yellow when we both got in there, for the record. It's all because of this green truck up here pulling the little log splitter. That's probably not meant to be on the highway at these speeds. It's probably got like 35 miles an hour trailer tires on it, and they're taking it 70 miles an hour down the highway. See this guy here that's in a hurry? This is the guy that went through it. You have been driving wrong. Now you know. Now you know. No UFO reports today. I'm sorry. That I know of. I used to chase a lot in this area because like 2019, 2020, and 2021, this area just seemed to have a lot of severe weather. It seemed like I was down here all the time. I didn't find anything else on my car. But don't worry, I distributed garbage to both other members of the project before leaving. I still don't think Taylor found the chip wrapper, like the chip bag. He definitely found the Sonic cup
that wasn't mine. I went up to Aiden and I was like, hey man, you got any garbage? He's like, yeah, here's a cup. I don't think he found the bag of chips yet, though. It was just too easy. He left the driver's side door wide open. You can't do that. You got to leave the windows up, doors closed, and locked. Or at least the windows up, because it makes it harder to put stuff in. Because then you got to open the door and not get caught. Yeah, the garbage can. I did throw a chicken fry at Taylor last night, though, a couple of times. I think I hit him a few times. Tossing them out the window. They were terrible. All right, one of these yeehaws has to get moving. You're right, and you can put a zip tie on somebody's drive shaft and drive them nuts too, but I am not that mean. Like that's mean even for me. Yeah, I'm not even that mean. God, we're really cooking now. Holy smokes, why couldn't we drive like this on the interstate? Look at that little log splitter thing. Like, that thing is just holding on for dear life back there. Or whatever that is. That's not a log splitter. I don't know what that is. No clue. Come on, guys. Come on over. Somebody's about to do something dumb here, I can tell. Oh man, I didn't realize this was all under construction. I think this is normally 4 lanes, but they've got it like tore up over there or something. Trust me, I'm really not thrilled about being down here, because if I go back to the office tomorrow, like if that Fort Stockton, Pecos Valley, whatever thing doesn't work out on Thursday, and I say, screw it, I'm going home, then I've just added like 8 hours to my drive back. But this is one of those days, especially this time of year, where I think you just kind of, you want to just go out and give it a shot. You know, because a lot of times if you don't,
you regret it. You know, if you're not out here already, it's not a big deal to miss it, but if you're out here, you kind of regret not taking it. That's just personal preference, I guess. I mean, I don't think today is going to be one of those days that anybody cares if they miss. You know, we're probably talking some pretty big hail, maybe some pretty storms, but we're definitely not talking like photogenic tornado of the year. I mean, I really don't think anybody that's missing today is going to be too upset that they missed today, let's put it that way. But it's one of those things where it's just like kind of I know personally that I'm going to be disappointed if there's anything remotely interesting and I'm not here when I was somewhat close. So here we are. And now we're just stopping in the middle of the road. I think he's turning. I hope so. I don't know why he didn't go. He could have went. Could have went there too. And there. And there. And there. Oh, he's going. There he goes. Purple truck. There you go. Oh, heck, it's all of them. Cool. Guys, we're headed toward Paris, Texas, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what the nearest town is. GPS is broken today. I don't know why. It was fine yesterday. I'll fix it later. Next time I see a town name, I'll let you know. Oh, they issued a marginal risk for day 3. I told you. All right, that's going to be the storm of the year. It's going to be a giant wedge tornado that's visible just south of Fort Stockton. I guarantee it every year. There's one every year. God dang it. We cannot get a freaking green light to save our lives here. DeKalb? Is this maybe DeKalb? Is that what I'm seeing on the sign? No, I think it sounded like somebody just hit a car. No, I think I know what's wrong with our signal here. I think I got a connection that's screwed up here. I got a connection that's not working right, and it's causing the latency to be all screwed up with the other ones. I gotta figure out which one it is. I don't know if it's the T-Mobile one or the Verizon one. There's a setting I gotta change in there, I think, but I gotta fiddle with it. I think that's why it's doing that, because it's not that we have bad signal, it's that it's not. When the signal connection starts to drop, one of those is dragging the other ones down when it shouldn't. I would love a Fort Stockton day. I have not been to Fort Stockton since October. So let's see, let me count on my fingers. November, December, January, February, March, April. It's been a 5.5 months. 5.5, almost 6 months. God for Texas speed limits. Some tornado warnings remaining in effect up there in Oklahoma, but I don't think tornadoes are going to be the main show. Big hail today. I'm actually wondering if the big hail thing is even going to work out. All those storms are clustered together. I thought we were going to get more supercell than anything, but they are rated for ping pong ball, and they're just getting into the moderate risk. So give them a little bit of time. This happens every year, though, over Dallas. There's always a big hailstorm sometime in April. Yeah, we're headed toward Paris. Then maybe DFW area, I'm not entirely sure. Definitely don't claim to know what's going on any more than the next guy. Seems a lot later out than it is with the sky all hazy like this. Like, it's almost dark out. It's weird. They are continuing. God, squeak. They are continuing those tornado warnings up north. We're not that far away.
Northwest surroundings number 1 east was located. Impact, hail damage. The dew point was 74.
Care about the dew point. Care about the tornado. That might have been DeKalb, I think.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Pushmataha County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lane, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations in or near the path include Antlers, Soper, Kellen, Kent, Moyers, Darwin. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma, Choctaw, and Pushmataha.
Pushma what? $3.98 for gas? What in the hell? Why? Must have missed the memo that this is Texas, not California. They're just impersonating us California. Yeah, we're headed toward Paris. That must have been DeKalb back there. I saw like a DeKalb school or something, so. The GPS is broken today. I'm sorry. I will fix it. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I'll fix it. Zach was having issues with his, and I wonder, we go off of the same API. I wonder if I broke something unintentionally and didn't know it on the back end. I don't know what I would have touched that would have broke it, but. Well, this is a peaceful drive. $349 in Durant. That's still crazy for this area. Holy smokes. Yeah, I saw like 429, I think, in Illinois. I think Aiden said 459 or something too. That's just the Illinois tax. Still. $10 a gallon in the UK. Well, how many milliliters or whatever do you get for that? Yeah, people tell me that it's really expensive in Australia too. $3.80 in cans. I know this stuff's driving me nuts. Like, I don't get bent out of shape about the gas prices when it fluctuates like 10, 20, 30 cents. Because realistically, like, usually that's only like $2 or $3 a tank at the end of the day, really. But we're over $1 more than what it usually is out here. I've got a 26-gallon tank, and I usually put about 23 gallons in it when I fill it. So it's $23 more expensive than it normally is. And if I'm filling my tank twice a day, I'm spending $46 more. And then you start adding that up day after day after day after day, and it's like, holy crap. I'm gonna go over to the frickin' Strait of Gibraltar or whatever the hell it is that we're fighting over. Okay, I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna get a boat, and I'm gonna start charging a toll to all these assholes, and I'm gonna take the money to pay for my gas over here, and I'm gonna live stream it with Starlink. I am. I'm gonna go get a fishing boat or something. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna start demanding tolls from these people. I'm gonna be like a frickin' Somali pirate or something. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go find some Somali pirates. I don't know if we've got any Somali pirates that are watching, but we're gonna get together and we're gonna go to this frickin' river of Hormuz or whatever it is, and we're gonna go take some tolls from people because this is ridiculous. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go collect because this is stupid. Like, but don't worry, guys. When the gas price crisis is done, there's gonna be a new crisis. We just don't know what it is yet, but there will be one. I promise. There will be one. It's a surprise. First it was bird flu, then it was swine flu, then it was Ebola, then it was something else, and then it was gas prices, and then it was COVID, and then it was gas prices again, and then it was the price of eggs. Remember the price of eggs? And now it's the freaking Gibraltar River or whatever that is over there. So just hold on, guys. Don't worry. They're not going to let you get bored with the prices of gas. They are going to make sure we have another crisis. And when I say they, I'm not saying like a government conspiracy. I just mean like the way that the media and the internet works. Like, don't worry, when everybody gets bored with the gas price crisis, there will be another crisis. Who knows? We just don't know what it is yet. You're right, we had the Leering Center. Remember, we had the immigration crisis. That's over now. We had to switch to gas prices. Oh yeah, toilet paper shortage. I forgot. Remember the toilet paper shortage? What a dumb... Can anybody explain that to me? COVID was a respiratory infection or whatever virus. It had nothing to do with shitting. So why would everybody go hoard all the toilet paper? I never understood that at all. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing ever. Like, people are getting respiratory illnesses and coughing. Why are we all purchasing the toilet paper in panic? I honest to God never understood that. Like, I don't know if anybody did, but it's like, that's what we buy in an emergency is toilet paper? Like, seriously? Like, that's people's first thing that they're gonna go buy is toilet paper? Like, not canned food or batteries or clothes or tools or gas, none of that. They're gonna go buy the toilet paper. Why? I never understood that at all. Like, if it was like a gastro illness where everybody was just like crapping all the time, like, I would understand, but that's not what it was. People were like sneezing, coughing, and wheezing and shit, but oh no, you could still buy Kleenex. You know, they didn't sell out of Kleenex. You know, COVID gave you a runny nose, but they didn't sell out of Kleenex. Nope, they sold out of toilet paper. Like, what in the frick? Guys, I was stealing it from the hotel. Like, we were running low on toilet paper, so I would just take rolls of toilet paper from the hotel. I'm like, God, you know, every man for himself, I guess. And I felt terrible doing it, but it's like, shit, you know, every man for himself. I mean, can't get no toilet paper at home, so I guess I'll just have to steal it from the hotel. Like, Jesus. People were buying everything, get real. No, they weren't. The only thing that I couldn't buy was toilet paper. Trust me, I was all over this country, and the only thing that I couldn't get my hands on was toilet paper. And hand sanitizer got a little bit sold out, but you could still find it. See, I don't remember Y2K. I was too young, but did they buy all the toilet paper then, too? Is this just what people do when there's a crisis? Of course it was the media. Yeah, that's a very plausible answer.
That's what we should have done, was open up a toilet paper store. Maybe that's what we need to do for the next emergency. We just need to go buy a bunch of toilet paper, put it in a storage unit, and then when everybody buys us out of toilet paper again for the next emergency, we can just sell the toilet paper at like $100 a case of toilet paper. You had people ship you toilet paper? That's horrible. All right, we're heading up toward these storms that are north of Dallas, going toward Paris. Thanks for joining in, everybody. I kind of like days like this. They're kind of fun. Kind of watching that storm by Medill going toward Durant. It's not tornado warned, but it's a little bit more isolated than the giant blob. Might be a little bit nicer looking storm. I'm just going for like something that's pretty today. I don't really care.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles southeast of Lane, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado of ping pong ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations in or near the path include Antlers, Kent, Moyers, Darwin. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma, Choctaw, and Pushmataha. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Pushmataha and northwestern Choctaw counties. At 4:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles east of Lane, moving east at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour with gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in or near the path include Antlers, Boswell, Super, Kent, Snow, Moyers, Cosoma, Kellen, Eubanks, Darwin.
So there is a radar site in Durant, okay, Oklahoma, and you have to look at it with the Durant
radar app. Like you have to go on, I think it's iPhone only, could be wrong, but you have to go in and type in Durant weather radar or something like that. It's got like a green logo, and that's the only way you can look at it. They will not release the data to Radar Omega, Radar Scope, you know, GR3. They won't release it to anybody, which is bullshit because taxpayers paid for it. I don't understand why that's not open source. It's honestly, I think I might make a big stink about that this year. I thought about it last year, but I think I might try to get a hold of the city and explain how the taxpayers funded this or whatever, so you need to make this open. And I'm almost wondering if there's any legal grounds and if I could find an attorney or something to force them to do it, because I know a bunch of other people have complained about it and they just don't have the money or the time to do it. But I've got an audience. Maybe we could find somebody to force them, because it's ridiculous, because their radar app is a joke. It's a Barron product, and Barron Industries is a joke anymore. It is a fucking joke. But you have to use this bullshit app, and you can turn on velocity and everything, but something's not right. It's trash. But you can download the app. It's better than nothing. So like right now, that's what I'm looking at, because it's such a little radar hole right there. I hate the app. But that Medill storm doesn't look terrible. Velocity on it isn't really there. No, it's not fair. It's a shame. It's a shame. It does look like a 5-year-old designed it, exactly. It's terrible, but it's better than nothing, and I'm not seeing much for rotation on it, but that's probably the storm to go for, honestly. It is greedy. It's just not fair because taxpayers paid for it, you know? Like, if that raw data could be put into Radar Omega, Radar Scope, GR3, whatever, then people could actually use that data instead of looking at it on a garbage weather app. Those Barron apps are a joke. They're all identical. They're pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Wichita County in southeastern Oklahoma, Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles east of Lane, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour with gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in or near the path include Hugo, Antlers, Boswell, Fort Tosin, Sawyer, Rattan, Soper, Snow, Hugo Lake State Park, Kelland, Kent, Goodland, Messer, Moyers, Kosoma, Dunbar, Aretta, Cloudy, Grant, Wood. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains.
Look, a red light.
Until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
All right, so somebody from the SPC got back to me. This was something I wanted to talk about because somebody had asked, and I just got the notification. So somebody at the SPC actually answered the question. So the PDS tornado watch yesterday, because a lot of people are saying that was just issued because of the tornado probabilities on the watch automatically. But I have no idea if those were issued automatically as PDS, if it meets a certain threshold, or if it's like discretion of the forecaster. Because you would think that ideally labeling the tornado watch as a particularly dangerous situation would be at the discretion of the forecaster, right? You know, you could have a high probability for tornadoes, but a forecaster might look at it and be like, yeah, let's hold off. Well, that's it's just been confirmed that that's exactly the case. Like, you know, obviously they take the probabilities into account, but it is at the discretion of the forecasters. So there we go. Somebody had asked yesterday. Now we have an answer. So that's kind of cool. So now we know that it is like a protocol based on probabilities, but forecasters can adjust.
A lot of people giving the SPC a hard time when they shouldn't, because they've got a very difficult job. They're extending the tornado warning.
Southwestern County in southeastern Oklahoma, north central Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles west of Kellen, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado at ping pong ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs.
Alright, let's know that. No, you're right. They're damned if they do, damned if they don't. You know, don't get me wrong. I am very much open to critiquing the SPC and the Weather Service. I just think if we're going to criticize them, we have to do it. We have to have a reason to. Because, I mean, that's just how science works. Ah, shit, I was supposed to turn. Are you fucking serious? Hold on. Why is the GPS... Stupid GPS. This stupid thing flipped back to Dallas after I put frickin' Sherman in.
Getting pulled over.
Hey, you have a great opportunity here. If you use your patch or some sort of credentials to get out of this ticket, you get 15 points. You'll be in the lead.
Bad.
You know, you got to be able to say, like, if we're going to criticize the SPC, we got to be able to say, hey, this is why we think you're wrong. We can't just be like, it was a bust, you should have done better. Because if you look at, like I said earlier, if you look at the, if you actually look at the, like, the data that we had yesterday, it looked like a tornado outbreak. And I understand a lot of guys are saying, oh, there was a cap and all that. It's like, I get it. I get it. But hindsight's 20/20. We can always look at it 24 hours after the event and say, oh, this wasn't perfect. This is why. It's like, you know, these people don't get paid any more or less to be right or wrong. And I promise, like, they're not trying to botch the forecast. It's not like they did it on purpose. And honestly, I think yesterday was a justifiable screw up, because I think a lot of private forecasters would have made the same call. If I was in that boat, I probably would have made the same call. You know, I think
Well,
they're
no
pretty
chance.
good.
I did not get pulled over. He flew by.
Damn, dude, that sucks. You would have been in the lead. What a shame. That sucks. We got a competition going on for, you get certain points for doing certain things this season. Like getting a refund from your hotel is worth like 5 points. DoorDash is worth 3, stuff like that. Getting pulled over and then talking yourself out of the ticket by using either your credentials or giving them a patch is 15 points. That's kind of like a points multiplier thing. I think Zach is actually in the lead right now by just a couple of points. I'd have to look. There's a Google sheet. No, I agree, Don. I think they did good yesterday for what it was. It's just, like, you could tell with the mesoscale discussions that they kept putting out, like, you could almost sense the frustration too. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's a good thing that yesterday didn't happen, because that probably would have been bad. We're on the way to this tornado warning. Just off to our north, I guess. It looks like a mess.
A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma: Choctaw and Wichita. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Wichita County in southeastern Oklahoma, north central Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles west of Kelly, moving east at 35 miles per hour.
There was that tornado last night in northwest Arkansas. Yep. A lot farther west and farther south than I thought it would have been too, but yeah, it was there.
Will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations are near the past. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Wichita and Choctaw counties. At 4:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles west of Kelly, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: golf ball size hail at 70 miles per hour with gusts. Source: emergency management. Impact: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in or near the path include Hugo, Antlers, Boswell, Fort Tozer, Sawyer, Ratat, Super, Snow, Hugo Lake State Park, Gillett, Kent, Goodland, Messer, Moyers, Cosola, Dunbar, Valetta, Cloudy, Grant, or a tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma: Choctaw and Wichita. A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Wichita and north central Choctaw counties. At 4:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles southwest of Kelly, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado with golf ball size hail. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations in or near the pet.
I mean, this storm looks like garbage, but I mean, we might as well go take a look. It's the closest one, you know. We're not that far away, I guess. Unless anybody's got a better idea.
Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Sebastian County and west central Arkansas, east central Haskell County and southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Lafleur County and southeastern Oklahoma until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:34 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Bacchus, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in or near the path include Fort Smith, Greenwood, Barling, Hacola, Spiro, Arcoma, Panama, Hackett, Bonanza, Bacosh, Cameron, Excelsior, Fort Smith Regional Airport, Jenny Lind, Shady Point, Rock Island, Central City, Cowlington, Crossroads, Witcherville. This includes Interstate 540 between mile markers 10 and 14. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern and west central Arkansas and southeastern and east central Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: DeFleur, Oklahoma.
Well, I can't believe we're going to this slop fest, but we might as well. Even if we wanted to go to the other one, that stuff's coming into the Dallas-Fort Worth urban area, and you'll never get it. It's going to be a big traffic jam. Like we'd have to wait for it to clear the area. Anyway, so we might as well just go get this one, I guess. I might go north here and take a shortcut.
In the following counties in Arkansas, Howard, Little River, and Sevier, and Red River, Texas. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio,
Holy
and
crap.
television outlets, or
Oh, this is kind of a cool town.
severe weather information. Repeating,
The camera's got water on the lens, but I mean, this is cool.
Central Daylight Time for the following counties in
I guess this is Detroit.
Arkansas, Howard, Little River, and Sevier, and Red River, Texas. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for South County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Latimer County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern LaFleur County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:27 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located in 30 miles per hour. All signs have
I don't know if I've ever driven through this road before. Actually kind of a nice day out, even though it's raining. It just feels nice out. It feels like summer finally. Oh, little baby sheep. You missed them, I think. road kind of throws you all over the place. We're headed north, guys. North toward Hugo. Toward that tornado warning that's currently for Antlers, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm headed north. We'll cross the river. And then we'll be on this thing up on Highway 70 on the north side of the Red River, I guess. I don't really know how else to go about it. Sorry, I'm trying to throw this cheeseburger out the window and it just bounced back at me. Here. Watch, see? It's that bad. There we go, got it. Alright, there's proof. I wasn't just all over the road for no reason. I tried to whip it out without opening the window all the way and it came back in. That was a terrible cheeseburger. Never again. Now there's a spot on the window where it hit, so I gotta clean that again now. God dang it. That thing was terrible. Yeah, good call. Should remind everybody the thing is biodegradable. Yep. Yeah, we don't want to end up on Twitter. Well, this road is empty, thank God. Anybody know where Daniel's at? I have not heard from him today. That is not normal. Hopefully, I hope he's not lost. But you guys know that I cannot ask him where he's at, because if I say, hey Daniel, where are you at? He says, oh, I'm in America. It's just the default answer. Like, I just expect it at this point. So we know that he's in America. I just don't know where at. I don't know if he's even streaming. I don't know if he's chasing today. I know that he started driving this way last night, but I don't know where he ended up. There's been a big severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Fort Worth area for 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball hail. I thought the stop sign was a lot closer than where it is.
Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged.
Let's go west. I was going to go east, but this thing's moving pretty slow, and I don't think there's going to be many people, so we might as well just take the default route. Is in Kearney, Oklahoma. Where's that? Where is that in relation to like Hugo? That's kind of like the main town that I'm going to.
Channel 1.
We just need to get Diane a radio or something, and we'll just ask her. South of Atoka? Where's Atoka? I don't know where any of these places are. Guys, I have no idea where any of these places are. Oh my god. Never even heard of half of these places.
north of Durant? Oh wait, he's way over there? Oh shit, he's way over there. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, we won't be seeing him then. This is kind of dumb. Like, what are we doing here? That's alright, we're gonna get there. It's just, this is like the worst spot to try to get this at. Oh my god, something's happening. Hold on. It's probably a high risk.
Outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in our near-the path include Hugo, Antlers, Fort Tosin, Sawyer, Rattan, Kent, Messer, Hugo Lake State Park. For southeastern Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma: Choctaw and Pushmataha. A severe thunderstorm.
It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's our storm. And ping pong ball hail on our storm. We should be there in about 15 minutes, I think. We're actually pretty close. Yeah, we're about like 15 minutes away from this thing. Something like that. Nobody's coming. I looked. Loose gravel. Oh, that's just fucking fantastic. And severe thunderstorm warning continued way out east, so another severe warning on our storm. They're just lining them up.
National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Red River County in northeastern Texas until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 27 miles northwest of Manchester, or 42 miles northwest of Clarksville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Idabel, Manchester, Wright City, Valiant, Miller, Garvin, Golden, Glover, Oak Hill, Farmers Hill, Slim, Holly Creek, Albion, Roof, Redmond, Silver City, Ringgold, Bryanley, and Kiamasia. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday for portions of southeast Oklahoma and northeast Texas.
And they're continuing the tornado warning on the storm, by the way. They just issued a new one to take the place of the old one.
McCurtain, Oklahoma, and Red River, Texas. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until
Should be
Central Daylight Time for southeastern Haskell and northwestern Leflore counties. At 4:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 3 miles southeast of McCurtain, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated.
Surprised it hasn't come across yet.
People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations near the path Milton, a tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Leflore, Oklahoma.
There it is. Took it a minute.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for south central Wichita County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations in or near the path include Fort Tosin, Rataf, Hugo Lake State Park, Aletta, Messer, Green, Apple, Della, Subel, Swink. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma: Choctaw and Wichita.
Alright, well, we are on the... And now they're issuing something else. God dang, they just keep coming out.
Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Latimer County in southeastern Oklahoma, central Leflore County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles northwest of Red Oak, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in or near the path include Hodo, Wilburton, Hefner, Worcester, Howe, Red Oak, Fanshawe, Lake Worcester State Park, Panola, Pawtucket, Summerfield. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: LaFleur, Oklahoma.
And another one. My God. Might be a UFO report coming in.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Sebastian County and west central Arkansas, southeastern Haskell County and southeastern Oklahoma, northern LaFleur County and southeastern Oklahoma, until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of McCurtain, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in or near the path include Hodo, Greenwood, Panama, Worcester, Hackett, Howe, Hartford, Huntington, Bacchus, Midland, Cameron, Excelsior, Shady Point, Rock Island, Patterson,
Come on, dude, get her in there. Good Lord.
Milton. For your protection, move to an interior
There
room
you go,
on the
you
lowest
got her.
floor of a building.
Jesus.
A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for west central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: LaFleur, Oklahoma.
Alright, now we are driving right to this thing now.
A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Sebastian and northeastern LaFleur counties. At 4:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles northeast of Bacchus, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, ping pong ball size hail at 60 miles per hour with gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs.
Oh, finally a 4-lane highway. It's not through the trees.
Greenwood, Barling, Nicola, Spiro, Arcoma, Panama, Hackett, Bonanza, Bacchus, Cameron, Excelsior, Fort Smith Regional Airport, Jenny Lynn, Shady Point, Rock Island, Central. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Pushmataha and northeastern Choctaw counties. At 5:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles south of Aletta, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour with gusts and ping-pong ball size.
These are higher end severe thunderstorm warnings, guys. 70 mile an hour winds and 1.5 inch hail in these, and then of course possible tornado. Can't be ruled out at some point. Should be on this thing in like 5 minutes or less. Yeah, 15 miles south of Hugo, but we don't got to go all the way to Hugo. Turn off at like Grant or whatever that little town is. Like a shortcut to go over by Fort Towson. Kind of get in front of it. Well, we've made it to our target storm, I would say. I know the location's broken, but we are south of Hugo, Oklahoma, down here by the Red River. We're going to go a little bit east toward Fort Towson and try to get a better visual on this, but it's hard. It's just rainy and kind of hazy and damp. We're getting there. Alright, and there's the river. So welcome to Oklahoma, where C is for convenience. I don't know, that's what that billboard said, so whatever. Ooh, that guy's going slower than I thought he was. It is indeed 70, not 55, I think. Yeah, we're good. We're on Highway 271 right now. Take a right on 109. Actually, it looks like we're about to get a visual on this storm. Start to see something up here. Shit, I was supposed to turn there. God dang it. Not again. Fuck. piece of shit Google Maps, I swear to God. Hang on. Alright, you're flipping illegal U-turn again here. Hold on, guys. Let me make an illegal U-turn. We got this. It's nothing we can't fix with an illegal U-turn. Definitely see some structure in there, though. We'll be getting closer here to take a look. That's why we got to take this U-turn so we can actually get up on this thing. Come on, car. Come on. There you go.
Tornado warning for south central Pushmataha County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Choctaw County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles north of Messer, moving using 30 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado and all signs hail. Source: radar.
I don't know. Usually it's illegal. I don't know if that was illegal or not, but you can tell I care, so. I don't know. Somebody on Twitter will say it was. That's all that counts, you know.
Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect.
Well, that just cost us like 30 seconds that I didn't have.
A tornado warning has been issued up to 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties in Oklahoma, Choctaw, and Pushmataha. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Latimer County in southeastern Oklahoma, central Leflore County in southeastern Oklahoma until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles northwest of Red Oak, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: all signs hail at 60 miles per hour with gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: vehicles damaged outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to the roof, siding, windows, and controls. Expect damage to
Oh my God. Something's happening.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Franklin County and west central Arkansas, central Sebastian County and west central Arkansas, northeastern Leflore County and southeastern Oklahoma until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Picola, moving east at 35 miles
Definitely
per
looks
hour.
like a hailstorm, not a tornado storm.
60 miles per hour with gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding. Locations have include Fort Smith, Charleston, Greenwood, Picola, Hackett, Huntington, Bonanza, Branch, Cameron, Excelsior, Bloomer, Washburn, Burnville, Fort Chaffee, Jenny Lind, Rock Island, Arcola, Crossroads, Winterville. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado warning is expected until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for west central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Leflore, Oklahoma. Tornado watch number 170 remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: in Oklahoma, Choctaw, LaFleur, Riccarton, and Pushmataha, and the following counties: in Arkansas, Howard.
Probably should have approached from the east, but I don't think there's going to be a tornado. But this is a pretty storm, though. I mean, it sure is better than nothing. It's better than we've had the past few days. Switch the batteries here, hang on. Alright, we're good now. It's actually a pretty drive. Tornado warning continued? Why? They're continuing the tornado warning all the way down to Idabel. I'm not sure why. I haven't looked at velocity. Maybe it looks good. I don't know. This looks all like outflow though. This doesn't look tornadic. Is whale's mouth looking stuff?
Southeastern Oklahoma.
That's Shreveport? You're kidding me.
In northeastern Texas until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight and 5:19 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm capable of producing a tornado was located 16 miles north of Manchester or 32 miles north of Clarksville, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Is likely. Locations affected include Idabel, Broken Bow, City, Valiant, Millerton, Hayworth, Garvin, Holly Creek, Oak Hill, Golden, Glover, Farmers Hill.
Terrible radar hole here. Oh, I see it on the Fort Smith SRX radar site. I see what you're talking about.
Move to an interior
It's
room
rotation
on
up
the
there
lower
north of
floor
Fort
a
Towson.
well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Oklahoma, Texas.
Interestingly, they don't even mention hail in the new tornado warning. I don't know if that's an error or not.
Western Sebastian and northern Florida. A severe thunderstorm moving east at 40 miles and have dollar sign. Pardo, Greenwood, Panama, Windsor, Hackett, Howe, Hartford, Huntington, Midland, Cameron, Excelsior, Shady Point, Rock Island, Patterson, Arcola, Winterville, Jensen. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for West Central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
We don't have any problems, guys. It's just we're in a bad area where there's no cell signal. I just can't really do anything about it. I'm sorry.
Remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central Billboard County.
We don't have any problems, guys.
Yeah, I just, unfortunately, I can't do anything about it right now. We're just screwed.
Moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Intact, hail damaged vehicle is expected.
This is a bad spot for cell signal.
Damage to roofs,
Horrible out here.
and trees. Locations in or near the path include Hebner, Windsor, Howe, Fanshawe, Lake Windsor State Park, Hawkins, Summerfield. The tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: the floor, Oklahoma. Tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central.
Trying to get to it. We will. We're actually just a few miles outside of it, but we got to work our way a little bit farther north to get up into where that rotation's at, I guess.
The tornado was located 14 miles north.
Shouldn't be that hard to do. They got a road that goes right there.
Moving east at 40 miles per hour.
Gotta watch.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations of Texas include Idabel, Broken Bow, White City, Valiant, Millerton, Hayworth, Garvin, Holly Creek, Oak Hill, Golden, Glover, Farmers Hill, Harris, Alpine, Bridgewater, Eatontown, Silver City, Oklahoma, West America. A room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Oklahoma and Red River, Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight
are driving north right into this thing. Signal hopefully sorts out once we get a little bit closer to town here. Not super impressed by the velocity on this. Tornado. You might have to change chasers. Yeah, you might, because I can't. I can only do what I can do up here, guys. You know, you guys are more than welcome to write a letter to AT&T and Verizon and tell them they need to do a little better, because I think they should too. I can just only. We cannot create signal, unfortunately. But this area could use a little attention for sure. God dang it. Yeah, the signal out here is just total trash. Absolute trash. Coming up on 70 and we'll go east, but basically we're right on the heels of this. If you look at Radar Omega, we're just inside the tornado warning here. here's 70. Haven't been through here for a little over a year.
Until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Central LaFleur County. At 5:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Fetcha, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and half-dollar-sized.
We'll have to stop for gas soon. I'm not going to do it right now, though. I want to stay on this. We got a minute.
Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in our given map include Hefner, Whistler, Howe, Fanja, Lake Whistler State.
All right, man. You switch. Good luck.
A tornado watch remains in effect until 7.
There's actually a Love's up here. You got to be kidding me. All right. Well, let's do it.
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm with tornado warning for south central Wichita and northeastern Choctaw counties will expire at 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Oklahoma.
Yes, I agree.
The tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the following counties in Oklahoma, Choctaw, and Wichita. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern McCurtain and northwestern Red River counties. At 5:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 21 miles northwest of Manchester or 30
Well, there's definitely no tornado here.
moving east at 40 miles per hour.
Looking at radar, I mean,
Almost 70 miles per hour.
I don't know. It's such a radar hole here.
Source.
You can't even tell. It's a mess.
Animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations of Texas include Idabel, Manchester, White City, Falcon, Timberlake, Garvin, Golden, Glover, Oak Hill, Farmers Hill, Swift, anyone outdoors choose shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing widespread damage in winds and dangerous hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time in safe proportions of southeast Oklahoma and north.
Well, we're going to pause, and if we start getting into hail, big hail, we'll just have to stop for a minute, but I'm kind of doubting that.
Tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for central McCurtain and northern Red River counties. At 5:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 14 miles north of Manchester or 30 miles north of Clarksville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Tornado watch number 170 remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following
So they've got this warned for golf ball size hail, but I'm wondering if I think the hail size is coming down a little bit. Alright, tornado warning does remain in effect all the way down to Idabel and past. It doesn't look very tornadic to me, but again, I don't have a whole lot to go off of the radar coverage out here. Really poor. Yeah, the radar holes out here are no joke. God dang, guys, what are we doing up here? Jeez. Stopping for fun? Looks like it.
Locations in our nearby path include Pardo, Greenwood, Panama, Worcester, Hackett, Howe, Hartford, Huntington, Midland.
Alright, they're issuing a new severe warning, but it's kind of for the upper part of this line, the northern piece.
Has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Howard County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Ziegler County in southwestern Arkansas, northeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 15 miles north of Broken Bow, or 24 miles northwest of Dequeen, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to move.
Alright, well, we're going to be coming up on my fuel stop here. Appreciate the super chat, by the way. We're going to stop real quick for some gas and figure this out. We need to look at the Dallas threat, too, because it looks like that's not even materializing. Like, I wonder if today's a piece of garbage, too, which is it's very possible.
A
Let's get some fuel really quick. A little bit of street flooding here. Nothing bad though.
Your thunderstorm warning for northeastern Lafleur County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for west central Arkansas. The severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Lafleur County is canceled.
Oh, Christ, now what? Oh, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for that northern part again. It's a different part of it. Hopefully I can get in and out here without 30 questions here. Gas pump's down. Is the other gas pump down too? They're all down. Are you shitting me right now? Well, now we're in trouble because I need gas and all the gas pumps are off. Oh my God. What a day. All right, where's the next gas station? That's ridiculous. All right, looks like there's plenty of gas options down the street just a little bit, so. Good God. Go figure, right? Terrible luck with fuel pumps. It's like we're overfilling the storm drains a little bit here. Go, car, go. There is power. I mean, I've seen plenty of lights on. This said there was gas down here, but I'm not seeing any. Why is this wrong? Does Google Maps seriously got gas stations on the map that don't exist? You gotta be kidding me. Unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. That gas station literally doesn't exist. Well, let's hope there's one in the next town or we're done. I need gas. I didn't expect Google Maps to flat out lie to me. You've got to be kidding me. It literally said there's a Cenex and there's not. That's just stupid. Unreal. Like I said, I don't know what to do. I need gas right now. So let's hope the next town has it. If not, we're in trouble. I just can't believe it. There was a gas station with a gas price on Google Maps that didn't even exist. It literally had a price of gas attached to it, and it's not there. It's a gravel lot, like they tore it down or something. but it had a gas price attached to it. Like, it's not even there. It doesn't exist. It's not even a thing. It's just stupid. Unreal. There is a gas station there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. It does exist. It's not the one I thought it was. And the fuel light just came on. Well, it doesn't look like a very good pump, but it looks like one of those ones that doesn't work very well, but I'll take it. Just get we don't even need to fill it. We just need to get something in the tank. Well, I gotta answer 55 questions.
Has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Little River County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Cedric County in southwestern Arkansas, southern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles north of Idabel, or 26 miles west of Horatio, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour in gusts and quarter-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Dequeen, Horatio, Idabel, Brooksboro, Martinsburg, Winthrop, Arkinda, Hayworth, Garvin, Chenul, America, Loon, Oklahoma, West Oak, Wetline, and Holly Creek. Shelter inside a level structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday for portions of southwest Arkansas and southeast Oklahoma. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Alright, that's enough gas. Sick of waiting.
Service in Freeport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Howard County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Cedric County in southwestern Arkansas, northeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 15 miles.
We gotta figure out what we think we should do here. Like, do we keep going on this, or do we let it go? Let me check radar here.
Source: radar indicated. vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Gilham, Hochatown, Plunkettville, Sherwood, and Mount Herman.
Yeah, let's just continue on it for a few minutes.
Stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing intense rain and large tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in the interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. A tornado watch remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesday for portions of southwest Arkansas and southeast Oklahoma. Repeat, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties.
We'll continue with this. Let me look at something here real quick. God, signal really sucks out here. A hint of a rainbow developing right over the road there. Kinda. Barely. But I'll count it. Need to start thinking about the target tomorrow, or potentially even lack of. I don't know which. I gotta have this read me the day 2. This is really important. I need to know this information. So just a minute.
Scattered strong to severe storms may impact a corridor from south of the Texas Big Bend through the north central Gulf Coast. Vicinity Wednesday afternoon into evening with additional strong. Storms posing at least some risk risk for severe weather across the Allegheny Plateau into the mid-Atlantic, lower Rio Grande Valley into parts of the southeast. Outflow associated with extensive D1/Tuesday convection is forecast. By most guidance to weaken and become increasingly ill-defined near the northwest north-central Gulf Coast through the day, with the trailing primary cold front extending from south-central TX into the southeast by afternoon. Details of convective evolution through the day evening remain unclear, but with moderate mid-level flow and deep layer shear, overspreading residual moderate to strong buoyancy, the environment will again conditionally favor an organized severe threat through the day and evening. Some guidance, both regional, global, and CAM suggests that a low amplitude mid-level vorticity maximum may emerge from northern Mexico and initiate storm development across parts of the hill, country, and central TX during the morning, with at least isolated development also possible into parts of the Arc-Latix lower MS Valley and southeast near the cold front and any remnant outflow boundary. Initial discrete development could pose a threat of isolated large hail, with a conditional very large hail risk with any robust supercell, with relatively unidirectional deep layer westerly flow. One or more eastward moving clusters may evolve with time and track. In the vicinity of the cold front, posing a threat of at least isolated wind damage. Parts of the region may require higher severe probabilities once mesoscale details come into better focus with time.
That was painful. Okay, so there is a target area tomorrow. I don't know if I can get there or not. Stand by. I appreciate the super chats, guys. Looks like we hit 10 of them, so thank you for being around for that. I will read them all when the stream is done. I gotta get us through this first, but I really do appreciate it, everyone. Thanks for keeping us going out here. We're not doing too bad for today. Better than nothing. Shut up, Google.
Take a sharp left onto US 70 West.
Nope, we're not doing that. Alright, we're gonna punch through the backside of this storm and see what it's got. And then set up for tomorrow. Oh look, a rainbow. Probably is a hail shaft in there. You see that white streak behind that rainbow? It's probably a hail shaft.
County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Cedar County in southwestern Arkansas until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Gilham or 10 miles northwest of Dequeen, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Gilham, Lebanon and Berg. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Arkansas, Howard, and Superior.
Oh, water there.
Severe thunderstorm warning will expire at 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for central New Curtin County. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday for a portion of southeast Oklahoma. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following counties: McPherson, Oklahoma.
They're keeping the tornado warning, I guess.
In effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern
For now.
northwestern Superior and northeastern McPherson counties. At 5:57 p.m. Central Daylight Time,
They gotta let that expire.
the thunderstorm was located 12 miles northwest of Gilham or 17 miles northwest of Dequeen, moving east at 40 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
They gotta let this thing expire, don't they?
Include Gilham, Hutchinson,
This is looking like hot garbage. I mean, never really expected these to be tornado producers up here. I mean, the potential is there, but just didn't expect it. Appreciate the super chats, guys. I know a bunch of them came in. Most of them disappeared on me before I could see them, but I do get the email summary of all of them at the end of the stream, and I do look at them. So thank you guys for helping us do what we do out here. Thanks for watching so far. I mean, I know not a lot's happened, but it is also better than nothing. And it is also April, so we're just getting started. Right underneath the base of the storm. If there were a tornado or a wall cloud or something, we would see it.
miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, radar
I don't see it. I don't see anything that's tornadic. Nothing here that's concerning me at all.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Isabel, Oak Grove, Hayward, Clearwater, Oklahoma, America, Holly Creek, Cerro Gordo, and Tom.
A little bit of street flooding here too, just like that last time, but nothing too big of a deal.
In a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: McCurtain, Oklahoma. The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Howard County and southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Silver County and southwestern Arkansas until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Gilham or 10 miles northwest of Dequeen, moving east at
Look at this sad little stoplight.
hazard, tornado and quarter-size fail.
My God, that's ancient.
Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact.
Probably the same stoplight that's been there for the past 40 years, too.
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Gilham, Lebanon, and Berg. Move to an interior room on the lowest
There's a
floor
red
of
light
a
for no
well-built
reason,
building
too.
away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Arkansas, Howard, and Sevier. The National Weather Service has reported a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Little River County and southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Sugar County and southwestern Arkansas, southern McCurtain County and southeastern Oklahoma until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles north.
This tornado warning is done in 5 minutes. It'll be done. They'll cancel it.
At the next light, turn right.
All right, how about we set up for tomorrow?
At the light, turn right onto Southeast Avenue North. Your route may be affected by tornado
I think that's a
warning.
good idea.
Eagletown, West Otis, West Line, and Holly Creek. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damage in winds at large scale.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Southeast Madison Street.
Interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure.
Turn right onto Southeast Madison Street.
Central Daylight Time Wednesday for portions of southwest Arkansas and south Oklahoma. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: McCurtain, Oklahoma, and the following counties in Arkansas, Little River, and Sevier. Oklahoma, and the following counties in Arkansas, Howard, Little River, and Sevier, and Red River, Texas. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly
Yeah, these storms up here are kind of sad.
possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio, and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Central Daylight Time Wednesday for the following counties: Oklahoma,
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Howard, Little River, and Sevier, and Red River. Tornado watch number 170 remains in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties.
At the stop sign, turn right onto South Central Avenue.
Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, and close.
Are they going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning? It's like for 1 1/4 inch hail.
The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Little River County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Cedar County in southwestern Arkansas, southeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles east of Idabel or 21 miles west of Horatio, moving
At the
east
stop
at
sign,
35
turn left
miles
onto
per
West
hour.
Martin Luther King Drive.
Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and half-dollar size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Include Horatio, Winter, Arkinda, Moon, Ocala, and West Otis. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday for portions of southwest Arkansas and southeast Oklahoma.
Alright. I have no idea where I'm going to go tonight. Need to get back down to at least US 20, or Interstate 20. Probably go drop down through Paris, maybe go to the Applebee's in Paris or something. Let's go by myself. Okay, well, here's my plan. My specialty is existing in these garbage severe weather risks and somehow pulling something out of my ass during them. God, this signal is garbage. I gotta figure out why it's doing this. It should not be doing this. I have a track record. I have a track record of making these very marginal, kind of shitty days into being really good days. So that means maybe San Angelo tomorrow, but man, that's probably, what, 8 hours from here for shit's sakes? But if I could get down to like Killeen or Austin tonight, well, probably Killeen or Waco, which really, I think it's about 5 hours, worst case scenario. So that's not terrible. I'll get there by midnight. We would be within reach for tomorrow, and then that's because that's a marginal risk. That's where the hail corridor is. They just tornado warned it again. Are you effing kidding me? Why? Hold that thought. I'll keep watching it. There's a huge whale's mouth on this storm. There's no way it's going to produce a tornado. Are you kidding me? But what I was saying was, if we can chase that tomorrow, and then we could chase the marginal risk over by Fort Stockton the next day.
Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles south of Brookaville, or 19 miles west of Horatio, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and
so we can make something out of tomorrow and the next day. Okay, we got a visual on this thing. There is no wall cloud, there's no lowered base, there's nothing. There's literally nothing. There's literally nothing. I'm about leaving it despite being tornado warned. Because I don't want to be out here till frickin' 7 o'clock in the morning, you know?
Or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. A tornado warning has been issued until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: McCurtain, Oklahoma, and the following counties in Arkansas, Little River, that was previously in effect has been reissued for eastern Cherokee County, northern Little River, and southwest Edward counties. Please refer to the bulletin for the latest severe weather information. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time Wednesday for a portion of southeast Oklahoma. Repeating, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the
Yep.
following counties: McCurdy, Oklahoma.
I don't know if tomorrow or the next day are going to be worth a damn. It's possible that I wake up in the morning and they look like trash. I mean, that's happened before. But we will see, because as long as it looks halfway decent in the morning, I got no problem going out for it. I mean, should have it all to ourselves, because probably nobody else will go. Which is kind of nice, because it's kind of nice to just be out there all by yourself, and, you know, nobody around, just quiet.
Northwestern Howard County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Tippah County in southwestern Arkansas.
I found a faster route via I-35 South, which saves 16 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Sure.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Gilham or 10 miles northwest of Gateway, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado.
Not looked at the HRRR yet. I don't know if I want to.
Radar indicated rotation.
Probably shows nothing.
Flying is frequently dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to windows and vehicles will occur. Tree damage.
So the thing with Fort Stockton and the tornadoes, I think a lot of it's the Davis Mountains. So you get this like little low pressure area that spins up on the east side of the Davis Mountains. And I think a lot of it's also just coincidence, but the terrain, a little bit of it is terrain influenced out there, I think. It's kind of like how the area just east of Denver always produces because of the mountains. HRRR shows storms in San Angelo at 9 a.m. If that's the threat, we ain't gonna see anything. But the SPC says there could be something later, so I don't know. We'll figure something out. We'll find something worthwhile here with this. And if it looks like absolute trash, I'll just go back. I'll just cancel it and we'll clear out of here. But I bet we can do something. I think. As long as there's something out there. God dang this signal, man. This is ridiculous, isn't it? As long as there is something out there, I got no problem going. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do tonight because we are a significant ways away yet, and I don't want to put all of the drive on tomorrow, otherwise it just gets exhausting. So I probably maybe want to go down to like I said, maybe Killeen wouldn't be a bad idea, or freaking Waco or something.
This says work zone, but I've yet to see any work in this zone. Yeah, they'll probably cancel that tornado warning that we just left east of Idabel. I'm not sure why. The radar coverage out here is terrible, so I'm sure that they're trying to be a little cautious, which, I mean, I don't blame them. But I think that's going to get dropped. I mean, they're doing the best they can with what they got. It's just a radar hole. Yeah, we got sucked way farther north than I wanted.
Continue for 5 miles.
Continue for 5 miles. Okay.
Your route may be affected by tornado watch.
Cool. Now that everybody's holy shit. Now that everybody's gone home, now we'll get some storms probably. That's usually how it works. It's been a slow week. It's been a slow week. That's okay, it happens. There will be no early night, just don't have time. 19-hour days, it's not happening, I wish. And maybe in a month or two. So I guess the Dallas hailstorm thing isn't going to happen, which I guess is good, but I'm really surprised because those soundings that came out of Dallas this morning look like hail-producing soundings, but I mean, it's like we saw yesterday, you know, things can look favorable for something and then it doesn't happen, and that can go the opposite way too, where it doesn't look like anything and then you end up with something, so... The storms look kind of crappy down there. Yeah, there's hail down there, right. But, I mean, we were thinking, like, grapefruit-sized hail all over DFW, and that's not happening. Cows. I mean, they only got baseball-sized hail on that tornado warning. And the only reason I say only baseball-sized hail, I mean, honestly, you would have thought it would have been bigger, but I mean, there's big hail down there, but we thought there was going to be widespread, like, softball-sized hail today, and that's just not the case. And I'm sure everybody is thankful for that down there. Paris before a decent time, I'm just gonna go to the damn Applebee's. Try to avoid people. Well, actually, I don't even know if this is gonna take me through Paris. It might not. Takes me down through freaking Clarkville or whatever. I don't know. We're in Oklahoma, or
the other state, Texas. We're in Texas again. Wow, that guy's in a hurry.
Go past County Road 2456. Turn right onto Farm.
You want me to turn right now? Why?
Turn right onto Farm to Market Road 195.
This is illegal, by the way, but I'm not gonna lock it up and put it through the windshield for that turn. There's no cars coming. That was illegal, but it's okay. Signal's not very good through here, guys. A little beyond our control, though. I guess this is taking us the back roads over there to Paris. I don't know why it didn't just take us across on 70, but it made the same difference, I guess. Tree cover just makes it a little harder to keep a signal going, though. God dang, we just gotta get out of this, like, forested area here. Looks like it might be a while. Not really sure why it took me this way. This doesn't look like a very good way to go. Wouldn't be the first time, though.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right to stay on Forest Market Road 195.
Well, this looks a little more developed. Maybe we can actually find cell phone signal for the satellite dish would be great. Yeah, I guess this takes us all the way back over to 271. Somebody's got a burn pile going. I don't know, I'm glad I came out today. So I think this is going to set up for 2 marginally not terrible days to follow. Gotta take them while we can get them, because in a couple of months we'll be complaining about snow again. So take what we can get. This is actually a pretty drive. Yeah, we're just gonna get ready for tomorrow. HRRR doesn't show anything at all. But SPC seems to think something will happen. I'll take the word for it, and we'll move from there. They've got it in a hail risk, San Angelo. A lot of the riffraff probably won't be out these next 2 days. Like, I don't know, it seems like you get a bunch of these kids out and there's always some incident, and it's kind of nice on these lower end days where there's just not many people out. The only people out are the ones that kind of respect what's going on, and it's just, I don't know. So I'm hoping we get something decent tomorrow and the next day, because it'll just be very peaceful. Looking forward to it, honestly. I think that's really going to be about it for the severe threat. I mean, there's a couple of tornado warnings, those ones we were following. Are going into Arkansas, but I don't expect those to be long-lived. road probably turns to this big mess that's on the south side of Dallas, or Fort Worth, but even that doesn't look that good. You know, and that's a good thing. You know, because the potential was there for like softball and grapefruit size hail all over the place, and that's not happening. So they got lucky this time around, but I'm sure they'll be due for it soon. I mean, that's just this area. Every spring there's a big hailstorm right over Dallas. And then usually once again in the fall too. Yeah, we wouldn't have made that Fort Worth target. We were just too far away. That's why I took this one up here, and honestly, it's fine. Yeah, it's nice out here. I mean, the drive is pretty with everything green. It's like 70 degrees. Just rained here, but I'm sure there's like 7,000 mosquitoes out there right now. Probably don't want to get out of the car, but it is pretty out here. That's the thing about Texas, like the whole state has like 4 different types of terrain. Like the northeast part up here, you've got all this like green, hilly stuff. Looks like Louisiana. And you go into like South Texas and, well, we'll exclude South Texas because that's just its own thing, like the southern tip. Like Central Texas is basically like this, but without as many trees. Then you go into like West Texas, like Fort Stockton, Midland, oil field country. It's just like desert, and the Panhandle is kind of spread, but a little bit less desert. I don't know how to describe it. All right, well, all right, guys. Well, now that we're kind of out of the tree cover, we've got a chance with signal. It's not so much the cellular, it's the satellite. You know, you got no cell signal in there, so you're relying on the satellite, and the satellite can't see the sky because the damn trees are growing across the road. So I'm hoping we're a little bit more open now, because that's just frustrating as hell. Yeah, the signal's bad out here, guys. I just can't do anything about it. I definitely am sorry, but you know, it is 100% reliant on cellular towers and satellite. And when you're between trees like this, you're not going to get any cell signal, and the satellite's physically blocked. So we're kind of shit out of luck in some situations like this. You would think that cellular coverage would be better because a lot of people live out here, but Verizon and AT&T apparently disagree with us. T-Mobile included. Sun's coming back out though. I don't think we're expecting any redevelopment behind this stuff. Doubt it. I haven't really looked at anything though. I don't even know really what's going on. I just kind of showed up today and hoped for the best. I don't really actually know what's going on. I just, like I said, I really did just show up. Are we sure this is the best route? Like, why? Like, really? There's no way. I really doubt there's any development behind this. All these towns have the same water tower. They'll probably drop the moderate risk, I'm sure, at the next update. It's definitely not needed anymore. watch out for lawnmower man. This is a pretty drive, but I'm honestly like it's time to not. Once we get to Paris, it's not such a big deal. It's just which we should be there in a few miles. It's main highways. It's just getting to the time of day. Like I drove a hell of a ways to get here, guys. We drove from Sikeston, Missouri, to get down here. And that's a way longer drive than you think it would be.
Your route may be affected by tornado.
We actually started streaming back like closer to Little Rock. So it's been a day. Yeah, the drive is pretty. I've had plenty of nice driving today, though. I'm over it. We're way up here in Northeast Texas. Like, we are really a long way away from tomorrow's risk because it takes a long time to get across Texas. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 8 hours from here to San Angelo. Actually, let me look real quick. Apparently not. It's 5.5 hours. All right. Well, it definitely overplayed that a little bit. Sorry. A little overestimated on that one. Whoops. So it's really not that bad, I guess. Might end up out there by like Kerrville tomorrow, maybe. Actually, we wouldn't want to go to San Angelo. We would want to go to like Kerrville area, probably. Just go to Waco tonight, guys. It's probably the best bet. Just screw it. Just go to Waco. Because it's down there on I-35. I hate that drive. But this time of day, it's not so bad. And if we get the hell out of there before lunch tomorrow, we'll be able to get out no problem. Just I-35 is just the worst for traffic. But as long as it's not, you know, if it's like after 7 o'clock, it's not a big deal.
79, Texas 6, Union Boy 527. Yeah, red Dodge Ram pickup.
All right, so we're coming into Paris.
In half a mile, turn right onto the US 82 West, Texas 286 loop ramp. Turn right onto the US 82 West ramp.
I wonder if I can get there with the gas that I have. Hopefully I don't have to stop again. I just don't feel like stopping. If I could just like not get out and just finish the drive. It's like 3 hours, so that's not bad. I get there at 10. This week has just been a lot of driving, it seems like. A lot of repositioning. Normally it's not like that. That's a good Chili's over there. That one's pretty good. Yeah, a lot of driving this week for what it was. I don't think I've been to a hotel before 11:30 at night, except for that one day that we were in El Reno. There were a couple of, some of you guys might remember, there were a few storms that were south of I-40 and east of I-35. Maybe it was Friday. I don't know. There were a few of them, and I sat it out. I just sat it out because it didn't look that great. It ended up being okay, but it was short-lived. I was like, yeah, whatever. But I sat that one out. Other than that, I don't think I've been to a hotel before 11:30 at night all week. I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to Thursday. I guess it would be Thursday, wouldn't it? Day 3. Yeah, Thursday. I'm kind of looking forward to Thursday because you've got that chance for some hail out there or some sort of storm action, really in no man's land. And you know, it's like I've said this so many times. It's not necessarily the amount of people out here. It's just the way people act. And anymore, like, people show up and they're screaming and they're doing their stupid selfie videos and like they're damn, like, it's just like they're screaming for the camera, and it's just it's not normal. Like, it's disruptive. Like, it's so peaceful when you can just find a spot out there with very few people around and it's just peaceful. So I think it'll be a very peaceful day out there in the middle of nowhere, Texas, as long as something happens. And I think something will. Usually these marginal risk events produce something. I don't expect tornadoes. I'm hoping for a nice, pretty storm. That's really all I care about at this point. And we haven't had many of those days this year. So we got to take what we can get while we got the chance, because like I said, a few months from now, we're going to be complaining about snow. So we didn't really have a Dixie Alley season. Oh my God, there's a Casey's? What the frick? What the hell? When the hell did Texas get Casey's? I swear to God, that was a Casey's. When in the hell did Texas get a Casey's? Like, that's never been a thing. What the hell? Weird. Okay. But anyway, this lack of Dixie Alley season really made the year seem like we missed a lot, which we kind of did. It's almost like we're getting half of a severe season this year. Like, we're getting the back half of it, not the front half. Because it's going to be absolutely quiet through Tuesday, with the exception of Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday, but Wednesday, Thursday, so tomorrow, Thursday, and then it should be quiet through Tuesday. After that, who knows? I'm sure it'll be busy, but Kansas has the worst Casey's, FYI. Swear to God, they're all hit or miss. No quality control in Kansas. Try to dodge these potholes in the road. And another Casey's. What the hell? That's new.
Go past 7th Street Southwest and use the right lane to take the Texas 19, Texas 24 ramp.
It used to be a Sefco. They must have bought Sefco.
At the next light, turn right. Signs for self.
Yeah, they must have bought Sefco. Sefco sucked, so Casey's is a little bit of an upgrade, I guess. Not much. I'm not a Casey's person, but it's an upgrade over Sefco, that's for sure. Sefco sucked. Absolutely sucked. I don't know, slow start to the season, but that's okay. You know, when you think about it, you think about how often we actually get slow starts or slow periods like this, and you know, this is my 11th year of doing this, and to be fair, the first 4 years, I don't have a good sense on the plains activity, but the past 7 years of being out this way, but you know, if you just, I still paid attention, so if you just say 11 years roughly. This is probably the slowest period I've ever seen for storm chasing. So if you get a period like this that's slow once every like 8 to 11 years, I mean, that's not doing too bad, you know, so it's really not that big of a deal. It is hazy out here. Storm's still tornado warned going for Hillsboro. Baseball size hail. That's the big hailer. It's just not. Thought it would be multiple of those, but here it's one. Well, that's probably going to be about it, if I were to guess. Hopefully we get something to stream tomorrow, something to go after, but no promises. I really don't know. Oh, Kevin's here? It's about time, dude. Where the hell have you been? Oh, wait, hang on a second. I'll draw you one. That's a tornado in a cloud, by the way. How's that? Is that better? Hopefully that works. No. I don't want to say it was a waste. It wasn't a waste. It was just whatever. I don't know. I don't mind. I mean, what else was I gonna do today? So, I'll just head south, go to Waco. We did see a rainbow, sort of, kind of, not very good. Really had to use your imagination a little bit on that, but. Oh, you want to see a tornado again? All right. Oh, look, it's a wedge. Oh, no. Help. All right, there you saw one. The colored pencil tool is probably the most underrated tool we have. And the UFO. Oh my God. I hope to God I don't meet any more meth people like that again. That was ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what was going on last night, but we just kept meeting the frickin'. I swear to God, we were at the loony bin, and you can ask the other two that were there. I mean, it was bad. I worked at Area 51. Okay, sure you did. Sure you did. I really don't want to go well, I think, yeah, we should be all right with traffic. I thought we were a lot closer to Dallas than we are. Yeah, we'll just go to Waco. I don't want to drive that far, but I also don't want to drive that far tomorrow. I think we can pull out something tomorrow. Like, I think we can do something decent tomorrow. I don't expect tornadoes tomorrow or the next day, but I tell you what, a nice supercell or something would be cool. Or anything. It'll be quiet for a few days and then it'll probably reset. Alright guys, we're gonna probably call that a day. I mean, that thing was pretty for like 6 minutes, but that's about what I expected out of this because we were never gonna make the Dallas target. Well, we probably would have, honestly, but it would have been a fight with traffic, so I'm kind of glad we came up here instead, even though it wasn't much. That storm has still got a tornado warning on it, though, going into Arkansas. So, I think it's been tornado warned that whole time, but I don't think it's done anything. I don't think it's produced a tornado at all since we left it. You guys have a good night. Appreciate all the support today.
In half a mile, continue
Everybody being. We'll see what we can do tomorrow. I will talk to you